In a way, it's been very divisive, and we have seen the fractures of American society really come out through this election. But still, why are you repeatedly calling it critical? I want to understand. Viewers in India would want to understand.
Yes, absolutely. Good to see you on screen, friend. Let me explain to the viewers back in India and globally who are watching us. But both the key parties, for Kamala Harris, Democratic Party, this will be an election. If she does get elected, she will be the first ever woman president of the United States, first ever president of South Asian, African American descent. Sure. So that's the reason why it's very critical for them. For the Republican Party, this is Donald Trump's last chance to, in some ways, to contest a presidential election. He's not getting younger, so it's a very critical election for them. Also, on a lot of issues, for Democratic Party, they are placing a heavy bet on this election on the issue of abortion. For them, it's a make or break election in many cases. For Donald Trump, he has been riding on the case of economy, immigration. That's the reason this becomes a very, very critical election. Every election I know is important, but when it comes to these pivotal points, that makes this election even more different. And the other thing is the close contest. Many times, in India, this has happened. It's happened in the previous elections as well. The polls have gone wrong. So we really have to wait and watch whether the pollster will be proven right or you will have a different outcome. So that's the reason why I call it, a critical election. Vishek?
Well, Devang, if I can also just bring you in right now, because the initial trends that are essentially trickling in and the response really coming in from the Democrats, that in itself gives
अंधेरों में छुपे कई उजाले हैं जिन करते हम आपके हवाले हैं मेहनत को मंजिल से यूं मिलाते हैं
It's done.
उम्मीदों के चिराग को
Well, we have a history of one of the, in 2020, right, one of the parties did not accept the mandate and we had to go through a round of sort of litigation and such. It has already begun in the state of Georgia. There have been lawsuits that have been filed about, turning in of ballots and such. So at least one side seems to be not too keen on accepting the mandate. So we'll see how this plays out in the next few weeks.
Devang, it also turns out that the Democrats also seem to be, infusing in that doubt about the results itself. Because if you really look at the trends that are now coming in, it does seem that there is an edge that Donald Trump has.
It's going to be a close election. No, it does. I mean, there's no question about that. It really depends on the turnout. And of course, there will be a lot of litigations from both sides.
Yes.
To be honest, and we'll see how this plays out.
Devang, in fact, because you mentioned there's going to be litigation, etc. I'm just going through a post of Barack Obama just a couple of hours back, where he's saying it took several days to count every ballot in 2020, and it's very likely we won't know the outcome tonight either. So please keep a few things in mind as you make your voice heard. In fact, on that note, I will come back to the conversation. I believe there is a breaking news development coming in, and that's about Barack Obama. Yes, Barack Obama doubting early. Why is he doing so? Michelle, I believe you are still there with us. Please help us unspool this. Why is Barack Obama not very sure about early results or early trends? He's saying, wait for a while, it might go long. It happened in 2020. From 1781 onwards, it has never happened till 2020 that the results would be delayed. Why is it happening now?
No, there are a couple things going on here because there's still voting going on across the country. One of the things the Democrats want right now, because where we're seeing election results come in, they're coming in for Trump from states that we would expect to support Trump. And what the Democrats don't want is the people voting out on the West Coast to suddenly say, oh, my candidate's not going to win, so I'm going to stay home. And so as long as the polls are open, you're going to hear the Democrats say, don't worry about these states. We already knew these states were going for Trump. it's not a big deal, still come out to vote. But the other thing that's going on that is a little bit different is we're doing more and more mail balloting. And in many states, the cure period and the period to receive those mail ballots goes on several days past the election, as long as those mail ballots are postmarked by election day. That's not true in all states, but it is true in some states. And so the idea that in every state we're going to have all the results today, it's not going to happen. And while it used to be 20 years ago, we really knew election night, except the 2020 election, right? That was also decided by the courts. Now, because of the trend towards more mail balloting and some states allowing postmarked by election day, as long as the ballots come in before certification happens, those ballots are going to be counted.
Yeah, what you mean to say is like it's typical politician. Till the last vote is counted, they would want to have their hat in the ring, and that's why they want all the votes to be counted before any announcements can be made. Michelle, I believe you have to go. Please tell us what's really happening in Alabama from where you are joining us live.
Alabama's not a swing state by any stretch of the imagination. It's a precinct day only voting state, and it will go red.
Oh, you're so sure it's going to go red? But it seems that insofar as the Electoral College goes, early trends suggest that Trump already has a lead. He's having 19 Electoral College votes to Kamala's just 3.
Absolutely, because of the states that have been counted so far. They're all states that we would expect to go red. And when the Alabama votes come in, Alabama will be a red state as well.
Okay, and it's 6:30 a.m. India time, must be about 8 p.m., right? Time in the United States, at least in the East Coast. By when can we expect the clarity insofar as whether we can call the election or not? Michelle.
Calling the election maybe 6 to 8 hours from now, if we're lucky, probably a day or two. I think you'll see in about 3 hours most of the East Coast state results come in. But of course, they're not the final results because we don't get the final results certified until after the canvass period is over. And that canvass period is different in different states. Florida, I think, has the shortest. It's a 3-day canvass period until the results are certified. There are other states that have much longer canvass periods.
Well, in fact, we'll just quickly take you through the numbers that are basically emerging right now. As Abhishek was pointing out, there is an early trend moving towards Donald Trump. But having said that, these are essentially states which are deeply divided. You have the Republicans, the states that have been largely the counting that is happening is mostly for the Republican states right now. So that's the lead that you're really looking at. As far as Associated Press essentially reporting, we're being told that it's 23 for Trump right now. So it's a clear lead, it looks like. So how exactly would the battleground states really swing? Remember, the last you've had only one with Donald Trump. Would that really flip this side for Donald Trump or not? That's the big question that's emerging. Let's just quickly take you through how America has actually voted. That's an explainer that we're going to put out and then go back to our guests in a short while from now.
Welcome back. It is said to be the toughest contest in US history, the contest between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. And it's said that the 7 swing states will be deciding the fate of Donald Trump, whether he is going to be returning to power again or if it is going to be Democratic nominee Kamala Harris. Let's take a look at those key factors and those issues that have largely dominated Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's campaign rallies. The first, of course, being economy and taxation for that matter. It's Donald Trump who's made it amply clear that it's America first for him and that he's going to be increasing impose more than 10% tariffs on US imports. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, has been very vocal about her stand on taxation. She said that she intends to increase taxation on the wealthiest, adding that those earning $4 lakh and above per annum will be taxed the heaviest. She's even advocated for moderate tax increases for the wealthiest individuals. That's exactly what we are talking about here. In fact, Donald Trump says that he intends to impose tariffs over 10% on Chinese imports. So yes, China issue over 60%, beg your pardon, on Chinese imports. So that's been a very strong stand that's been taken by Donald Trump in his campaign rallies on China. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, says that she will be lowering housing costs for the working families. She's even gone on to say that how she intends to reduce corporate tax. She, beg your pardon, intends to increase the corporate tax on the wealthiest individuals. The other issue that has also dominated the campaign rallies of Kamala Harris has been abortion rights. Given that it was Donald Trump who'd appointed those 3 Supreme Court judges who overruled the 1973 ruling on abortion rights. So like we told you, he appointed those judges that overruled the 1973 ruling on abortion rights. And Kamala Harris, on the other hand, says that if she's voted to power, she will ensure that there is a federal law in the country and that abortion rights are guaranteed across the United States. So abortion right, which is also being said, is something which has sort of created a gender divide among the US citizens, and female voters now are being drawn towards Kamala Harris when it comes to those abortion rights that they've been seeking. The other issue is immigration. Trump having said that if he's voted to power, he will ensure that there is largest deportation in US history, something which he also focused on during his tenure as a president, that is between 2016 and 2020. So he's pledged to execute the largest deportation in US history. Kamala Harris, who's also backed Biden's strategy to tighten the immigration policies to crack down on those immigrants who've entered the US illegally from the Mexico side. The other factor is the Russia-Ukraine war. The war that's been raging on for almost 3 years now. Donald Trump, who's criticized the US financial support for Ukraine, he's even gone on to say that how he plans to reduce the financial packages that are being given by the US Congress to Israel and even Ukraine in their war against Russia and the other opponent. Kamala Harris says that she's rather committed to backing Ukraine if re-elected. So largely the stand of Kamala Harris remains the same, which has been under Biden's administration, the kind of support that US has given to Israeli forces when it comes to the actions of the IDF along the Gaza conflict, especially the Khan Yunis region and in Lebanon and Syria as well, targeting the terror proxy groups of the Iranian forces, especially talking about the Israel-Gaza, the conflict that we are seeing in the Middle East region. There have been a lot of talks that have happened between Donald Trump and Netanyahu. Donald Trump, who's expressed support for conflict in Lebanon and Gaza. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, she's been more critical than Biden on Israel's actions in Gaza. She's also expressed solidarity with the Palestinians who've been at the receiving end when it comes to those targeted attacks being carried out by the Israeli forces in which they are trying to target those Hamas terror hideouts along the Gaza region. Now talking about the climate change, which has also been a very important factor given that US is the second largest emitter of greenhouse gases. Donald Trump, who said that he aims to eliminate subsidies for renewable energy and electric vehicles. So this is a matter of concern. Given that US has been one of the largest emitters of greenhouse gases, it is a concern for the global economy at large. Donald Trump says that he aims to eliminate subsidies for renewable energy and electric vehicles. On the other hand, Kamala Harris has failed to provide any detailed structured plan on how, if she is voted to power, she will try to curb that menace when it comes to the emission of greenhouse gases. So those are the factors which have dominated the campaign rallies of Donald Trump and Kamala Harris.
Well, in fact, Sabo, breaking news now coming in. AP has called in for Rhode Island as well as Florida. Florida going Donald Trump's way. Kamala Harris with regards to Rhode Island and Massachusetts again going towards Kamala Harris too. Jenny, you're joining us from New York. Give us a sense of how does it really look like right now, given the fact that you have a substantial number of states where the counting is already underway, and it does seem that there is a clear lead that Donald Trump has at this point in time. Perhaps by the end of the night, one may not be able to clearly find out the victor, but having said that, any sense that you are really getting from New York?
Well, it depends on who you go to for the poll, for the total. If you look at NBC, you see a different number being reported in favor of Donald Trump. If you go to Fox, it's very difficult for us to tell, but the places where I go for my news, it appears as though Donald Trump is in the lead at the moment. But the numbers keep changing frequently. Last I checked before I joined you guys, Donald Trump was leading.
Yeah, he seems to be leading even now. I mean, I'm quoting the
It's
numbers
95.
I'm getting from Fox, for example, and they're beaming it on their screens. Jenny, and according to Fox, Donald Trump has already cornered 105 for the Electoral College votes, and Kamala Harris is trailing at 72. Of course, you're right, things can change. But as of now, it seems that Trump seems to be having a lead, but it's very complex. So, for example, I was talking to a friend, and he's in Georgia, in some suburb of Atlanta, and he said that these early leads are for Trump, and Trump is showing 59% votes in the popular vote vis-a-vis Kamala's 48 or 47. But these are votes that are essentially being counted in the suburbs, in the rural areas, in the smaller towns and communities, and in Atlanta metropolitan area, it's perhaps the Democrats who have an edge, and that counting is yet to begin. So it's interesting, really panning out. Stay with us. I come to Suhag Shukla next, but before that, just let's look at the Trump campaign, how it panned out in 2024 elections.
Donald Trump seeks to make a rare comeback. His campaign slogans, "Make America Great Again" and "I Am Your Voice," have reiterated his America First policy.
This is really the end of a journey, but a new one will be starting, and that's the one we've wanted to partake in, which is basically to make America great again. And now we'll have a chance to do it after today. Hopefully, everything will work out well. We're way leading. All we have to do is close it out. We have to close it out.
He was officially nominated on July 15, 2024 at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, when he also announced J.D. Vance as the nominee for vice president.
The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha.
From focusing on key issues like expansion of executive and presidential power to promising stronger economic policies to the abortion ban, Trump makes a host of promises. Trump's campaign has been marred by controversies, including allegations of white supremacist and anti-Semitic statements, as well as concerns over authoritarian and anti-democratic rhetoric. If Trump loses, he has refused to accept the results, just as he did 4 years ago when he lost to Democratic President Joe Biden.
The only way we're going to lose this election is if the election is rigged. Remember that. It's the only way we're going to lose this election. So we have to be very careful. Now look, this is more than this election. That's a big statement.
If Trump refused to accept a victory by Democratic rival Kamala Harris, this could throw the US into political instability at a time when the country is already deeply divided. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has vowed to investigate or prosecute political rivals, election workers, and left-wing Americans if he becomes president again.
All right, let's go to Suhag Shukla Shavan. She's Executive Director, Hindu American Foundation. She's joining us live from Pennsylvania, another swing state. And it seems, Suhag, from where you are, the things are not clear yet. Typically, Pennsylvania swings, but the fact that Butler County, where an attempt was made on Trump's life happens to be in Pennsylvania. You think that's going to have some bearing on how Pennsylvania votes? Is it going to be soft on Trump?
You know, it Again, it's really hard to tell. And you made a point, a very important point, that elections here are very complex. You know, while we might be seeing more Electoral College votes being counted towards Trump, it just depends on which state is reporting. On average, mail-in ballots, Democrats tend to do more mail-in balloting, while Republicans, this is what surveys have shown, Republicans vote in person. So depending on also which votes are being counted will kind of give us kind of a roller coaster for the evening, especially for those of us who live in this country and for whom, you know, it's going to be important. Stakes are high for this election. Both campaigns have been knocking on doors. I had two people from the Harris campaign knock on the door today and two from the Trump campaign. So, you know, they have been very active. I think they take very seriously the fact that there are equal numbers here. And if we look at even last election at other swing states like Arizona, for instance, we're talking about 49.4 versus 49.1. You know, some states only 10,000 votes, other states a little bit over 150, all of course reflective of the broader population or larger populations. But these are really, really close elections. And so, you know, we'll just watch. I think both campaigns were very active in all of the swing states, as they should be. And I think, at least from an Indian American perspective, what's important to know is that many clusters of Indian American communities, the higher populations, happen to be in swing states. So you have Georgia, which has a high number of Indian Americans, also Pennsylvania. Wisconsin has a significant community. Michigan does as well. So this is where we've also seen, interestingly enough, specific targeted outreach to the Indian American community and a lot of interest in what are the types of issues that are animating our community.
Since you mentioned this aspect, Suhag, and since you represent a Hindu organization, the appeal that Donald Trump made on Diwali and effectively read the riot act to the Bangladesh regime, you think it carried some vibes in favor of Trump while the Indian American community would have voted?
You know, it's hard to say. I think the Indian American community is very much a reflection of Americans at large. Just the same polarization that we're seeing in the broader society, you see it in the Indian American community as well. Most surveys, there's been two major surveys, the Asian American Voter Survey and one done by Carnegie that was specific to the Indian American community. The Indian Americans have generally leaned left and towards the Democrats. We have seen some changes in that from 2020 to 2024. More of a dip both when it was President Biden and maybe a little bit of a spike back up or a correction once it was announced that it would be Vice President Kamala Harris who was running. But a 9% change. I think it was 57%, give or take, that identified with the Democratic Party. And now that's slipped down to somewhere in the 40s. And so you do see shifts that are occurring. And on the Republican side, I think there's probably that at least based on the Carnegie survey, a little bit of more stability there, where that number is resting right around 21%. And it hasn't changed from previous years. Where we've seen the growth is amongst independents. And so that has to also be parsed down as amongst independents, right. Which way are they leaning, left or right? But in terms of that statement itself, certainly amongst those who are supporting the Republican Party, you saw a lot of, welcoming of that message. And from the left, you also saw that, right. They're using this issue just for the election and questioning the sincerity of it. So I think that the Indian American response to these types of statements would be no different than maybe what you might see in something similar that was targeted towards some other community.
Right.
Well, in fact, Abhishek, I believe that, which way Florida, Georgia really goes, Pennsylvania, of course, another key state, which way is it really swinging, is going to be extremely important. But as I understand, AP is once again calling it, as far as Florida is concerned, moving towards Donald Trump. Sort of, how are things really changing in the battleground states? Because if this, as far as Florida is concerned, this is the third consecutive victory for Donald Trump, which was expected to go his way. Are there any surprises in store? Do you believe that at least from the battleground states itself, while large prediction being towards Donald Trump, do you believe there could be some surprises thrown up?
That's a good question. But so far, if you see the election, these trends which are coming out, clearly this is coming on the expected lines. Florida is where Donald Trump, it's in some ways, that is where his, he stays there. And obviously he has cultivated the state for a long time. So that something was expected. We have to watch out, as Suhag was also saying, that some of this, for instance, if Pennsylvania flips and Kamala Harris is not able to get Pennsylvania, that's a big indicator. That's something then that's trouble for Democrats. Those are the kind of indicators we should be looking at. These numbers really don't carry much of a weight. Abhishek would remember we were analyzing it together. 2020 election. Similarly, similar things. Donald Trump had a lead. A lot of networks were even saying that, he has a lead, but then it all changed. So I think these are early results on the predicted lines. There are some states which are traditionally red states. There are some states which are traditionally blue states. That's what is happening now. We have to watch out and I would agree that the Indian American community, their vote will count a lot. Almost 2.5 million voters here, and they are divided. The fact that you have Kamala Harris in the fray has also meant that a lot of voters who were veering towards Donald Trump have veered towards Kamala Harris. But we will have to see how they have voted once the trends come out on these key states, whether it's Pennsylvania, whether it's North Carolina, Michigan, all these states have a sizable Indian American, even Georgia has a sizable number of Indian American community, and they will definitely count more in this elections because, as I was saying earlier, I will reinforce that this is a critical election for both the parties, for both the candidates, and it's a high-stake election. But it is not going to be an easy outcome for either of the party. Also, it's not going to be an outcome which will be decided very soon. We may see a prolonged outcome. You were talking about Barack Obama's statement. So clearly, he's indicating to the fact that the counting may take time. Some of the states may not be decided that early. So that's what he's referring to, and that it may be a long haul.
So while the numbers for the Senate seems tilting towards the Republicans, in fact, they've also flipped a seat in West Virginia, in fact, taking in the majority as far as Senate is concerned. Now, that was largely as it was predicted. But having said that, for all our viewers who are tuning in right now, there is a complication that is with regards to how exactly does the counting process really take place in America, and why many are now saying that perhaps by the end of the election night, one may not really get a clear picture of the victor. So what really is changing? Despite what we saw the last time, the close call that you saw even last time, and how things have really changed in the voting in some of the battleground states. Take a look at this explained, where we put together what is it required for either of the candidates to claim for the presidency.
America all set to be decided on the big Harris versus Trump battle in the 2024 US polls. Let's first try and understand the poll process and how the Electoral College works. There are 538 electors across the country. A candidate needs 270 of those electoral votes to win the presidency. Each state's number of electors equals its total congressional representation, the number of House members plus 2 senators. But what is Electoral College? Well, Electoral College is a system used to elect the US president and vice president. There are 538 electors. A candidate needs 270 votes to win. The process was created by the US Constitution as a compromise between direct voting and congressional selection. Let's move on to understand how electors are chosen. Each state gets electors based on its number of congressional representatives, House plus 2 senators. Political parties nominate electors who pledge to vote for their candidate if that candidate wins the state's popular vote. Now, what happens on election day? voters are technically voting for electors and not directly for the president. Most states use a winner-takes-all rule. Whoever gets the most votes in a state wins all the state's electoral votes, except for Maine and Nebraska, who use a proportional method, splitting votes based on the results. But most importantly, what are swing states? These states are up for grabs and can vote for either party. They often decide the election. Swing states change each election cycle, but key examples include Florida, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. Let's now understand what happens after Election Day. Well, states certify the results and send the list of electors to the National Archives. In December, electors meet in each state to cast their votes for president and vice president. Those votes are sent to Congress for counting. And finally, how does Congress count the votes? On the 6th of January, a joint session of Congress that counts the electoral votes. The vice president presides over this session, announces the results, and declares the winner if they've reached 270 electoral votes. On Inauguration Day, the new president is sworn in on the 20th of January and officially takes office.
All right, Jeneline, since you are in New York, how's the market been responding to this swinging that's happening between Trump and Kamala and Republicans and Democrats? Do we have some hint, some clue, some indication coming in from the markets which way things are going?
It doesn't seem like it's been affected very much today because I checked later this evening. But there are a lot of people concerned that after today, when the announcement has been made in terms of who the new president is going to be, they're afraid that that will change. So I guess we just have to wait and see. There were some fluctuations before today, but today it didn't seem like it was affected very much, which I think is a good thing.
Right.
Well, in fact, Suhag, just to bring you in right now, there is also, with regards to the Senate, which is, as I was pointing out a short while back, tilting towards the Republicans, the hold that the Republicans have right now, a cause of concern for the Democrats, if the numbers, the way it is really emerging right now?
You know, in the past, we've seen that some races where the people running for the same party as a president is actually it harms them. So I think the Senate races also are something that we need to closely watch. You know, there's a lot that's been made about these close elections, and it's not the first time in history. For some reason, I happen to live in some pivotal states over the past, 50 years. I'm thinking back to the year 2000. I was in the state of Florida, and the election came down to a Supreme Court decision because there were some inconsistencies in the way that ballots had been counted. And so that one state, and I think Arun made the point earlier that swing states can change based on different elections. But there, a Supreme Court decision basically took the 25 Electoral College votes and gave them to then George W. Bush. And so that's another also quirk in the system of the Electoral College system. And that, again, is we're just talking about the position of president, is that it is possible that you can win the popular vote but not win the election. And we know that happened just in 2016, where Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by about 500,000 votes. But the Electoral College and the way where those votes were occurring and where they landed, we then, ushered in the 4 years of President Donald Trump's term. So these types of things, again, it's too early to tell on any race, but we do know that sometimes the presidential election can have a positive impact on the Senate races and sometimes a negative impact on the people running within that same party.
Devang, it appears some good news for the Democrats as far as the House is concerned. Perhaps only 4 seats is what they really need to upseat the Republicans at this point in time. So the House too, there would be these few seats which is going to determine the lower chamber's majority in 2024? I'm not too sure whether Devang is still with us. Devang, can you hear me? I'm told that Devang, we've just lost the line with Devang. Can I take that with Saurabh? Saurabh, if you can hear me, some good news as far as the House is concerned, because there the Democrats are largely going to look at least 4 crucial seats, which they're hoping that they will be able to unseat the Republicans in.
So that's what, is the expectation. When I was speaking to one of the Democratic Party strategists, and he was telling me that, this is what the expectation is, that they may win the House this time, may actually lose the Senate. And depends if they do get the presidency, so that will be a big win for them. Otherwise, they have a challenge there. But, this is what happens. There is a flip each time there is an election, not necessarily that both Senate and Congress will go the way of the same party. Last time, the Republicans had a control of the House of Representatives, and Democrats control the Senate. So it may flip this side and maybe the other way around. But as we were speaking earlier, it's the presidency which counts more than anything else. So that's the biggest, highest stake battle that they have. Yes, the control of the House would definitely benefit whichever party is in power and the president is from that party, but it's the presidency which is the biggest stake battle here, and both the parties would want their nominee to win this election. They obviously know this is a dead heat election, and that's the reason why they're not leaving any stone unturned, to make sure that their nominee wins this battle.
Well, in fact, Abhishek, it's going to turn out to be one of those fascinating American elections if it goes the way it is right now, down to the wires. One would certainly expect any election down to the wires is always fun for all of us.
I mean, isn't it down to the wires? If you're watching Fox, Saurabh, if you're watching Fox, Trump has won. If you're watching CNN, Kamala is winning. Where is dead heat? It's all clear.
For all who have been criticizing the Indian media, perhaps one takes a leaf from the Western media, because they have taken sides like no one else in the past. You've had editorials where they have taken full-fledged position on why they believe that one particular candidate is good for the United States of America. Now, question is, can you really do that? Where is the question of neutrality here? Gentlemen, I'll just request you to stay on with us. Jenny as well as Suhag, I'll request you to stay on with us as we continue with our live coverage. It's early morning here in India, a fascinating election turning out to be in the United States of America. In the next few hours, we're not only going to take you through the big newsmakers who are going to join us, but also what makes this election in the United States of America so very divided, deeply divided, and what are the ramifications that it really has as far as India is concerned. All this and much more on the other side.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning to all our viewers who are tuning in right now. Fascinating election in the United States of America as America has decided, Abhishek. What is it going to really look like? A deeply divided society right now. Both the candidates till the very last moment making that pitch. In fact, you've had Donald Trump literally saying that, Vice President, it's your time out. In fact, he says, get lost is what Donald Trump had to tell.
So you are fired.
You are fired. So that was the kind of vitriolic kind of campaigning that we have essentially seen. But on key issues, be it immigration or for that matter on climate change, very tough positions that have been taken by both the candidates. What does it really look like as the counting is already underway in most of the states? That quick update, Abhishek.
Shawan, first up about this divisive campaign, it has been on both sides, the manner in which Trump has been lampooned, for example, the manner in which the Democrat establishment has talked about how this is going to be the end of democracy if Trump wins. Oprah Winfrey just a few hours back saying that if Trump wins, perhaps this is the last time we are voting, Trump would banish democracy from the United States. I mean, that's kind of a divisive campaign has been run on both the sides. Trump maybe because he's careless with the choice of words, and the Democrats are a little more nuanced and sophisticated. But it's equally, it's same both the sides.
Can I just say, doesn't it make India look much better, because our campaigning appears to be far more matured than what we have really seen in the United States of America, with both the candidates saying that democracy khatre mein. It looks like democracy is more in khatra in the United States.
Here also it was done typically by the liberal establishment that Narendra Modi winning would be end of democracy. That's what they are doing there in the United States. But so far as election results are concerned, they are already showing a certain trend.
Right.
I'm not going by what Fox is saying, what CNN is saying, but if you go by the Electoral College votes, Trump has a very decisive lead as of now, with having 105 Electoral College votes and Kamala Harris at 35. Now look at this, Kamala Harris at 72, sorry. But if you look at this, out of the 538 Electoral College votes, the one who gets to the 270 mark first wins. And in the United States, the winner takes all. So it seems like Trump has an edge as of now, but still from now till about the next 5-6 hours, by when we would have a clear picture of who's winning, and perhaps you and me would be here together calling the election of the United States. As of now, Trump seems to be leading.
Well, in fact, let's also take you through the key battleground states, because that's going to be the decisive factor as far as the elections in the United States of America is concerned. And if you're really wondering why just about those very 7 states, over the next few hours, we're going to take you step by step of what appears to be a little complicated election process in the United States of America. And while within the Democrats too, they say that perhaps by the end of the night in the United States of America, you may not still have the victor. But having said that, what does the picture really look like? Let's take you through the details that are now coming in. The Associated Press already calling the race, at least in some of the states, particularly those which are largely seen as the Republican states, as well as for the Democrats too. But before that, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Neck-and-neck contest in 7 swing states as polling closes in 16 U.S. states.
Democrat Harris leads in key battleground state, Pennsylvania.
Donald Trump wins Florida for the 3rd consecutive election, earning the state's 30 electoral votes.
Harris backer Obama cast casts aspersions as early counting results trickle in.
FBI traces non-credible bomb threats at polling places in several states to Russia.
All right, we have our correspondent reporting from Shivani Kala is in fact joining us from Accounting Center, I believe. Shivani, how is it looking like from where you're reporting for us? Shivani, did you get the question? I'm asking from where you are reporting for us, how is it looking like? I believe you are at Accounting Center. How are things moving there?
We seem to have lost that line with Shivani, but we'll just take you through, viewers, some of those states where the counting is already underway till the time we fix the line with Shivani Kala. The largest team of reporters on the ground getting you the latest details. The plan that we have, Abhishek, is to largely focus on these key swing states right now. Pennsylvania, as we started off, let's put the data out right now in terms of what does it really look like. And in a short while from now, we'll give the larger picture. Now, the 15 to 20 minutes, we're going to take you through the details now coming in. Trump certainly surging ahead, leads in over 101 if I'm not wrong. Mississippi is the latest state where we're being told that Donald Trump has taken the lead. 52 electoral votes really coming in. So that's a big number as far as Donald Trump is concerned. We'll try and see if we can also go across to Shivani in a short while from now, till the time we take our viewers through all the numbers now really coming in. Trump so far has won Florida. Kamala Harris has retained Illinois. So these are typically what is largely seen a Republican state, or for that matter, the Democratic state. That's how it really looks like right now. So the numbers being stacked to about 101 for Donald Trump, and roughly about a little less than 80, about 71 going in favor of Kamala Harris. So this is what it looks like as far as the early trends are concerned. Abhishek, just a quick response with regards to where the numbers are really coming in right now from. This could very well change. Are we to really look at it just as a early trend, or pretty much stabilizing numbers really coming in from these states?
I think this is going to change. So if you look at the Electoral College votes, Trump has 101, 104, Kamala Harris 71, 72. But look at from where they're coming. So far as Trump is concerned, he has pocketed Florida, Tennessee, Missouri, Alabama, and Oklahoma. So far as Kamala Harris is concerned, she has won Maryland and Massachusetts. And Donald Trump also taking South Carolina. Check, Shawan, if Shivani is back with us from New Jersey.
Shivani, if you can hear us, what does it really look like to you from wherever you're reporting right now?
She's in New Jersey.
You've sent us
New
reports.
Jersey.
Yeah, she's joining us from New Jersey. The reports that you've really sent us, of course, largely with a lot of Trump supporters there. The Indian diaspora also interestingly, backing decisively as far as Donald Trump is concerned. But Shivani, what's the scene like from where you're reporting?
Okay.
We seem to be still having some trouble getting across to Shivani Kala. We'll try and reconnect with Shivani. Let's bring in our guests who are joining us right now. Saurabh Shukla, editor of News Mobile, also with us. Saurabh has always been there in most of the American elections, covering with us. And, someone who understands America very well. and what does it really mean? These elections really mean for India. And then, of course, we'll also introduce all our guests who are joining in right now. So our first initial remarks really coming in. It's 7 o'clock here. By the end of the night, are you really hoping that there would be a clear picture?
Shravan, we've covered many elections together in the past, the last US election as well. I see this as a long night here, and I think even in the morning, it all depends, on some of these key swing states. Having said that, I want to tell our viewers here who are watching us, both in India and a lot of Indian Americans watching us, that how will if Donald Trump becomes the president, he will deal with India in a different way. He has a very good partnership with Prime Minister Modi. He's already said it. Though we may have a issue when it comes to tariff and trade, because obviously he will speak about America first. If Kamala Harris becomes president, the relationship will continue to grow, but she obviously will have a different priority. There may be some challenges. She may mount pressure on the issue of human rights and things like that. So each of them will have a different, I think the nuances on how they will deal with India will be different, but otherwise I don't see much of an impact on how this relationship will stand out. Because the Indian diplomacy has done very well. If you see, they had a Trump administration, and then you had a transition to the Biden administration, which was the Democratic administration, and yet you had one of the most successful visits ever by any Indian Prime Minister when it happened in June. So I would say that only the nuances will change. So whoever wins this election, for India's strategic interest, I don't see much of a difference, because a lot of people were speculating that, India's partnership will be impacted. I don't subscribe to that. I feel that this is a very robust partnership, and any American president has to see the partnership in totality.
Right.
Sheikh.
Right, Saurabh. In fact, let me introduce our panel of guests for 7 a.m. India time. We have, apart from Saurabh, whom you have been listening to, Mohan Sapru. Dr. Mohan Sapru is joining us live from Washington, D.C. He's U.S. coordinator and global Hindu human rights advocate. Can we introduce the guests and show them on the screen? We are also having Dr. Sampath Shivangi, and he's part of the Republican National Party. In fact, is a delegate to the RNC, and that's Sampath Shivangi. We also have Cynthia Farath. She's a counterterrorism expert. She's joining us live from DC. And Shivani Kala is our correspondent. We're struggling a bit with the connections. And Gia Manjari, foreign affairs expert, joining us live from San Francisco. Gia, how is it looking like at the West Coast? And please tell us, how's the voting been there from where you are joining us live?
Hello, everyone. So it is looking very aggressive. People are voting for the new presidential election, and now we're looking at there were close neck, kind of competition in between Trump and Kamala Harris, and we're looking the people are more aggressive for pro-American slogans given by Donald Trump. Yes.
And you are joining us from San Francisco, the Bay Area. You think it's decisively red? It's going to be red as it has been for a while?
Of course, by evening we'll be getting the clear picture. But as far as I've been interacting with many of the Indian Americans, also they are pro-Trump. So we're looking more on the Trump side. They're actually inclined towards Trump. Yes.
All right. Let's then get in Cynthia in this conversation. Cynthia, how's the mood like in Washington, D.C.? We have seen a lot of pictures coming in of security upgrade. Is the establishment suspecting something? The kind of contest that we have seen panning out, are there some law and order concerns because of which those kind of security measures are being put? I've seen pictures of all these official buildings in D.C. being barricaded and
security cordon thrown around them?
Yes.
Yes, of course, security has tightened in Washington, D.C. Before the election results come in. I think this is understandable given the extremely polarized and radical atmosphere in the rhetoric when it comes to both parties, specifically even more on the far left. So they have to be ready for any acts of sabotage or violence. And I think, of course, coming from Washington, D.C., it's overwhelmingly in support of Kamala Harris. It is we're not officially a state, but of course, Washington, D.C. Predominantly votes Democrat.
Yeah, very naturally so. And let's get in Mr. Sampath now. Mr. Sampath, Trump already has pocketed 105 Electoral College votes. And as of now, Kamala Harris seems to be trailing at 72. You think this is decisive now, like this can't change? Or you think there is still possibility that things might flip?
Definitely will change, because if you take California, then one state is enough to entirely offset the whole country's calculation.
How many Electoral College votes in California? 58 or something?
I think 62 of them.
62.
Yeah. So one state will wipe off out whatever gain President Trump has made. This has happened in the past, so it will happen again. So I am not worried about a few votes. President Trump, even a Republican, I want him to win, but it doesn't mean that we can make him to win when there is a state like California, Texas, Arizona is a big state, and so many other states who would change the. I don't think Harris campaign is worried about President Trump leading by 20-30 votes. The things will, reverse in a matter of minutes. So I think time is the essence. We'll have to wait and see where the big states stand on the issue of Kamala Harris or President Trump.
Why, Mr. Sampath, do you think President Trump has said that if he wins Pennsylvania, it's the done deal that he would have got the presidency? Why is he saying so about Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania, I doubt it, because, of course, both of them worked very hard, but he has the sympathy votes in Pennsylvania because he was shot there. And people who attended that event, they are very much have sympathy votes for him. I think he may get 80% of those votes, those who attended the event. Of course, they will convey to their family and neighbors. So yes, but I'm told Pennsylvania is a Democratic state, and governor is a Democrat. So he will draw a lot of Democratic votes. He'll be neck and neck. I don't give Pennsylvania easily either to President Trump or Ms. Harris. It'll be neck and neck, and it'll be a last-minute decision to see who has the bigger votes. Nobody can say Pennsylvania belongs to President Trump. No way.
Yeah. Okay, let's get in Mr. Mohan Sapru also into this. Mr. Sapru seems evenly poised, and Mr. Sampath says that even if Donald Trump has an early lead in Electoral College votes, the Democrats won't be unduly worried. Where you think can the worry come for Democrats, given the fact that we have already seen some jitters? Barack Obama, for example, a couple of hours back has tweeted that it's not over till it's over, so wait, don't rush through announcements and let the last of the votes be counted. Are there concerns on the Democrat side because of which Barack Obama has posted that?
Yeah, there are some signs of Democrats having some jitters. But having said that, I agree that currently we can't say there's any trend going for or against one or other candidate. What we really have early results are very conventional, traditional states, which we know should belong to Republicans or Democrats at the moment. So I wouldn't really put too much weight on this earlier trends. But I guess we all know that the battle is going to be in the battleground states, several of those. And I can tell you it's from DC, it's a very exciting race. We say all it here is a razor-tight race with razor-thin margins and with razor-sharp consequences for the two candidates for their political future, as well as for the future architecture of both Republican and Democratic parties. It's going to change a lot.
I'll just request you to stay on with us. Mr. Sapru, I'm sorry to interrupt because I'm told that our reporter Shivani Kala is through from New Jersey. In fact, some more breaking news now coming in with regards to a few other states. But Shivani, first to you, what's the sense that you are getting in right now? By the end of the election night, would there be a clear picture?
Shravan, with polls closing and votes pouring in, it's set to be a nail-biting night across America as the nation is watching every count of this razor-thin presidential the polls. And right now, I'm in Monmouth County, New Jersey, where the spirit is palpable. It's exciting, and they're I have some Trump supporters with me right now, and they're all set to celebrate already. And it's a different atmosphere here. They're all waiting for this change, and they're very, very confident. I have with me Mr. Junaid Qazi. He's the councilman Marlborough. And we are here to celebrate together, right?
Yep. We are excited, and we are hoping and confident Mr. Trump gonna be next president of the United States. And you will see inside we have a big victory party going on, and we have the Indian supporter. You can see we all are here. We have Council Vice President Michael Millman, elected official from the Marlborough Township. We all are here to support Mr. Donald Trump over here. And then we just got Congress seat one, Chris Smith, he just went. And we have the Republican line all the way down to the council. We are winning all the seats in Monmouth County. So we are very excited, very honored to see this result.
Shravan, as we all know, New Jersey is the largest hub when we talk about the South Asian diaspora. And traditionally, they've been leaning towards the Democratic Party. But it's been 2 days, and I've been meeting people, and so far I've just met people who've been cheering for Trump. So how is this change happening?
Because country wants to see the change. We see the democratic system, democratic Biden government. We did not see any changes. And country is ready to see the changes in the economy, the recession, in the war. We want to see the changes, and Mr. Trump has all the ability to make the change.
So as we're watching and we were counting, and the way we just got the news, though it's very fluid right now if we talk about the situation, but Trump so far is leading. And right now, we are saying that both the candidates are watching intently on the battle of the blue walls. And in that, I would say Pennsylvania is the most crucial one and could have the potential presidency securing from that side.
Absolutely. Michael, you want to say?
Yes, we're here for Trump. All of us here. The big party's over there. Bad Wi-Fi service, so you can't see it, unfortunately. But and to answer your question, why a lot of Democrats and independents are also voting for Donald Trump is because we have many issues in the country. We don't have a secure border. We have an issue with the indoctrination of young kids in the schools. We have a terrible foreign policy. We're on the brink of World War III, and this is not a fearmonger. And last but not least, gas prices, grocery prices, and people just had enough. They saw what Kamala Harris did as VP for the past 4 years, and they've had enough.
Like we know, these are the reasons which are very close to everyday Americans. The issues like inflation, issues like unemployment, the economy, economic policies. Preeti is here with us, and we could shed more light on the whole wave, especially if you talk about New Jersey.
Yeah, no, it's so exciting because I actually just listened to the news, and I think Trump is really doing good. We're just pushing for it, and I think that a lot of the South Asians, they've actually called me today to tell me that they're registered Democrats, but they're actually voting for Trump. So it actually made me more excited. I think that we're going to hear some good news soon. So, but especially coming back to the battleground states where the entire story is, from where we're just going to get the final numbers to reach the 270 count, especially about the Pennsylvania state we were talking. It's been swinging from, swung from Obama to Trump and then to Biden. So I'm being very, I don't know, this time.
It's coming back to us. It's coming back to us. Pennsylvania is coming back to us 100%. We will see within the next hour or two, we will see that Pennsylvania is coming to Trump. Yeah. One can hope.
Yeah. So we're talking about some key issues here which concerns the everyday Americans. What do you think tops the most when we talk about especially the Democrats and Republicans manifestos and their ideologies? Do you think which side do you think is more closer to the everyday American? So, I think immigration is one of the biggest and the biggest issues because most South Asians, and I'm just talking really South Asians or immigrants, they come here legally. And now we've opened up the wall, they opened up the borders, and there's just so much illegal immigration coming in. I just don't think it's fair for those of us that came here legally, worked so hard, and being not offered the same benefits as the people that are coming in that are illegal. So I think that's one of the things. And inflation has gone up. If you look, inflation has gone up in every single sector of our lives. But right now, if we talk about the counts, it still continues to show us that deadlock race between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. So is there any fear of losing one of the biggest battleground states out there?
No, I'm very confident. It looks like it. It's a close race, but we're not losing. 100% see in a couple of hours, clear picture, Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States.
So as a voter, I would like to ask the people, this night clearly shows that you are not nervous, but you're all excited.
Absolutely.
And for that, we want to know the specific reasons for you guys that, especially in New Jersey, you've seen, or you hoping that tomorrow it's going to be.
I hope that Trump comes back here. This New Jersey has traditionally been a blue state. We want it to be turned into a red state. We want this to be turned into a state.
We know he's going to be
He's going to make. If you look into the biggest issue, is going to be illegal immigration. Is increasing crime here.
Yes.
Inflation is pretty high. So that's the biggest issue we are facing.
All these factors will be counted when people go for vote. So they keep in mind these factors and definitely. We need to see the changes. So we need to see the changes. We are very excited, like the supporters out here, especially if you talk about. And this is going to be a historic presidential election for sure. Either ways, if Kamala Harris wins, this is going to be the first female president, and that too of a nation descent. And if Trump comes back, it's going to be one of the greatest political comebacks in American history. So it's going to be definitely a long night today, and people are excited, and it is still building up.
All right, Shivani, I wonder if people there with you know that New Jersey has already voted Kamala Harris, like she has won the state?
We haven't heard the news yet because we're outside.
Wait, Kamala Harris won New Jersey?
They're saying
yes,
that they must have declared.
I'm aware that Kamala Harris unfortunately won the state of New Jersey. Very disappointed. But New York State is another one. New York State is generally red, except for Albany, New York City. And there's been a really big shift amongst voters in New York City. So we're hoping that New Jersey couldn't do it, but I'm really counting on New York State to do it. So we'll see.
And especially when we talk about the battle of the blue wall, what do you think? Again, in New Jersey, my prediction was that it's traditionally been a Democratic state, and this time it will be again, and it is, like you're telling us now. But we talk about, again, Pennsylvania, which is still the hope, and it can swing back from Biden too.
Well, we're hoping.
Pennsylvania definitely will come back to us. We have a lot of
Indian community there, the Indian Americans there in New Jersey. It's still gone red. It's still gone Kamala.
blue.
Is it still going, Colum? Yes. Sorry, yeah.
I think, well, yeah, New Jersey's officially for Kamala. New Jersey turned blue. It's official. Unfortunately.
All right, we'll fix this connectivity issue and come back. Stay with us, Shivani, and I go to Shawan, who has some more explainers on how this election really panned out over the last couple of months. Shawan.
Well, in fact, Abhishek, it's going to be all about the 7 swing states. And what does it really look like? Because even now, if you really look at most of these swing states, not much clarity really coming in. Pennsylvania, remember, there was a 1 point percentage difference that we saw in the last elections that really swung the entire elections. Now, let's take you through which are the 7 battleground states, why these states are so very crucial for both the candidates. And if you see, most of the campaigning of both the candidates were revolving around these states. Let's first begin with Arizona, because this is one such state since 1940. Remember, it only went once to the Democrats. So 90% of the voters in Arizona have opted for the mail-in or early ballot. So one would certainly expect, the counting to take place faster here. Results could be skewed because remember, here we have seen the Democrats only picking it up only in the last elections. And the margin also was down to about 20,000 votes as far as in Donald Trump's case goes. Initial counts likely leaning towards Harris. That's what we are picking up right now from multiple wire agencies reporting from Arizona. Let's take you through the other. Georgia could see the blue mirage. Now that's the other, battleground state that we are focusing on. Georgia, remember, has also leaned more towards the Republicans too. So will there be a repeat this time for Donald Trump? We'll also look at the numbers. If we can get the desk also to tell me what's the current number really coming in, what's the projection really coming in from Georgia, that will help me to give more details. Harris is essentially leading in the early trends coming in from Georgia. That's what we are picking up. Let's take you through the other details with regards to the other states too. That's the latest as far as these two are concerned, Arizona as well as Georgia. New voting policies aim to expedite the result as far as Michigan is concerned. Now, Michigan too, remember, there was a close contest last time. Now, in the last elections, Joe Biden was able to flip almost 6 of these battleground states. Before that, in 2016, largely most of them going to the Republicans. Let's take you through the other details coming in from Michigan too, and also the latest numbers, if I could be told about the latest numbers. Mail ballots still favor the Democrats as far as Michigan goes. So there too, there's a bit of an edge that the Democrats have. Let's quickly move to the others. Now, the early count that is coming in has given Harris an edge as of now from Michigan. So that's the initial numbers really coming in. North Carolina, remember, that's another place which is going to be a key area, which was largely seen as the Republican stronghold too. Will it really flip this time for Kamala Harris? A considerable amount of time that has been spent by the Democrats campaigning here. Now, the clarity could be delayed for a week or more, because there too the counting process is a little different. Remember, almost each of these states, the process of counting is very different, and that is the reason why some of the states you may not get a clarity by the end of the night. Of course, now this, remember, gets you the maximum number of the electoral votes, and that's the reason why any of these candidates, if they can actually secure Pennsylvania, all that they would need is 2 other states their way, and you are crossing the mark, the 270 mark that we're really talking about. That projection also really coming in. So these are the key battleground areas. Pennsylvania, it's very, very unlikely, ladies and gentlemen, that you get an understanding by the end of the night. Mail ballots to prolong the vote count. So that's the reason why we are saying that the clarity unlikely to come in from Pennsylvania, one of the largest states. Late night ballot processing could actually delay the results. That's the reason why it's very unlikely that you would really have Pennsylvania also coming in. Let's take you through Wisconsin. That's the other place. That's the latest. There too, unlikely by the end of the night that you would get a clarity even coming in from Wisconsin. Let's take you through the other details really coming in. Now, that's the breaking news now coming in as far as the latest from New York. Kamala Harris has won New York. That's from New York at this point in time. So apart from Mississippi, the latest coming in as far as New York. So the numbers really stacking up for Donald Trump, a little over 101. Donald Trump is winning Texas, that's the projection. Leading in Georgia, Georgia happens to be another battleground state. Kamala Harris has won New York. So put together the numbers, Kamala Harris now inching closer. It's 99 for Kamala Harris. That's the projection. As far as Donald Trump is 101. Shivani, if I can also bring in my colleague Shivani, who's joining us from New Jersey. So it does look like you have, as it was predicted, a close fight, tight race towards the White House, at least in some of the battleground states, particularly in Georgia. Any details that you're picking up, Shivani, from the other battleground states?
So far, it's, what we got to know is that it's some states are still showing purple. So, it's a half and half. It's neck and neck race right now. It's very difficult and very challenging right now to predict where the battleground states are going to swing towards. But as of now, we were here and hoping that in New Jersey, like the supporters were telling us that's going to go to Republicans, but it has been seen that it's gone to Kamala Harris. But if you talk about the voter turnout, it's been very important, and especially if you talk about the early voting, it's been historic. More than 18 million people voted early. That was a record high for early voting, and especially if you talk about Republicans. Traditionally, Democrats used to vote early, but this time the registered Republicans voted early. But do you think their voting early would cannibalize the turnout on election day? They would cannibalize.
I don't think so. I mean, I think it was just that I'm excited to know that a lot more people are, and we actually had a lot more Republicans doing vote by mail than they ever did, because vote by mail is traditionally a more Democrat type of process. But this time I've seen more Republicans going that way. And that's what we want, right? Because sometimes if you miss the election day, then you lose those votes. If you get sick or you have to, something happens, then you just lose it. So I think we need to try to get into voting by mail as much as.
So apart from the voting turnout, there've been a general feeling amongst the people when they were talking about what voting issues and irregularities. And, Trump has been talking and been alleging since very long, especially 2020 election, as he said, was rigged. And, this time they've deployed hundreds and thousands of people already to see. So do you think that things are going fine and they're not, there won't be any irregularities?
I mean, let's just hope, right? New Jersey is one of the states that doesn't have voter ID. I personally think that we should have voter ID because guess what? People are just going in.
Yeah,
we can just say whatever name. They're not asking for driver's licenses. They're not asking for IDs. So, we really need to look at that process. For sure.
Right. So this election is not important or historic, but it is important in a way that who takes the Senate and House as well. So that's also going to be very, very historic because if you talk about currently, the Democrats have a wafer thin edge in the Senate and GOP in the House. But this time they would be aiming to have equal count there too.
Yes.
So that way, it is again very, very important and historic to see how it goes when we talk about the Senate and House.
With those updates, New York, someone behind you was saying that maybe New York Trump would win, but New York also has gone to Kamala Harris. But of course, Trump has taken Texas and this continues. The pendulum is swinging. In fact, the needle of New York Times, insofar as the Electoral College votes go, is showing Trump going past the 270 mark and might win 278 of those Electoral College votes, which means Trump is becoming president, even according to New York Times, and that should be a big breaking development coming in, that New York Times is saying Trump is winning. Saurabh, how do you see this? New York Times Projection. They're not calling the election yet. Projection says Trump might cross the 270 mark and could be getting 270 out of the Electoral College vote, which obviously means Trump is becoming president as per that projection.
This is big, Abhishek, if this were to be true.
And New York Times would have done it very grudgingly so, Saurabh.
Because they endorse Kamala Harris. They endorse, New York Times editorial board endorse Kamala Harris. They obviously, and the fact, the other, I want to tell the viewers here as well, the Georgia lead. Joe Biden won Georgia last time. If Donald Trump is leading in Georgia, that's a big boost for the Republican Party and for Donald Trump, because that's again indicating, even though Joe Biden won it very narrowly last time, but that's a swing state. And if New York Times is saying it, obviously, it seems that because they have reporters on the ground, they have people, on the counting centers, and certainly, but we obviously have to wait till the time the authoritative results are out. But yes, if some of these trends stay, then certainly a Republican Party and Donald Trump have reasons to cheer, Abhishek. But as we were talking, that this is a very interesting election. We obviously have to wait, because some of the other things, like you were speaking about New York and New Jersey, these are traditional Democratic states, and as expected, Kamala Harris has won them. Texas, obviously, again, is the Republican state, so Donald Trump winning it is on expected lines. But, for instance, if one of the other big state flips, for instance, if Pennsylvania flips for Donald Trump, then it seems set. If North Carolina flips, for Kamala Harris, then she tends to gain. So this is, a night of some interesting turns that we need to watch out for. But this is going to be a very, very interesting election. And I think viewers will also see that the pollsters, again, like it happened in the Indian elections as well, may not get it right, Abhishek. That again, I have my view on pollsters, it. Whether it's a state election, whether it's a national election, sometimes they don't get the pulse of the people. And they obviously hide under the margin of error bit, but sometimes people don't want to talk about who they're voting for. And that seems to be happening if some of these predictions hold true. Abhishek?
Yeah, absolutely. And, ask us how the pollsters can go wrong. I mean, we have seen it happening in just the month of June, and sort of about it. Shravan, do we have some more wins and losses insofar as Kamala and Trump are concerned?
Well, in fact, AP has called in as far as Nebraska is concerned, which has gone Trump's way. North Dakota being the other, North Dakota as well as South Dakota. Wyoming is the other, going to Donald Trump. Let's take you to the overall picture, the number that is basically emerging right now. In fact, as far as these numbers are concerned, these are the early trends really coming in. These are projections really coming in from the most of the states. And as our guests who are joining us on this broadcast too, also largely indicating that if any of these big states really go towards either of the candidates, things could really change. So one would certainly be concerned about what really comes in from this very part. That will give you a sense of these are the bigger states that you're really looking at. But right now, the number that basically stands off the 538, the projection being Donald Trump way ahead about 137 and 99 as far as Kamala Harris goes. Now, with regards to the key battleground states there too, the clear picture not really emerging right now as far as Pennsylvania. Georgia, in fact, we are being told has moved towards the Democrat as of now. That's the initial trend really coming in from the wire agencies too, Abhishek. So right now, if you really look at some of those, what is largely been seen as the bastion for the Republicans still being there, so really not seeing any surprise changes. But of course, New York, as you rightly pointed out, New York was largely being seen moving towards Donald Trump, but as of now, Associated Press calling it for Kamala Harris. So that's what the overall picture really looks like right now, Abhishek, with regards to the numbers. So that's the latest now coming in. I'm told that the numbers have changed, 177.
Huge.
And as far as
huge.
Kamala Harris is concerned, it's 99. So it's not really moved ahead. It's not, as far as the Democratic candidate is concerned.
Even if, let's assume that Kamala wins California, which is 62 electoral votes, and that brings her closer to Trump. But after that, there is no other big state that perhaps the Democrats can look up to, which means that this lead in the Electoral College votes seems very decisive as we speak. I mean, we are still far away from calling the election, but this seems like a decisive lead.
Well, in fact, as far as some of the other states are concerned, Pennsylvania, as many are pointing it out, unlikely that this might go towards Kamala Harris, given the fact that there is a sentiment really emerging for Donald Trump, particularly after what we saw as the assassination attempt that was made in Pennsylvania. So there would be that sympathy vote really coming in for Donald Trump as far as Pennsylvania is concerned. Now, if at all Pennsylvania goes to Donald Trump, remember, then the election is for Donald Trump. The mandate essentially turning out to be for Donald Trump, because at max they would need another 2 states to really swing in the entire election towards the Republicans. Let's also get you a sense of what the voters had to really say, because this election, if there were 2 key issues, one was with regards to jobs, and that is exactly where Donald Trump has essentially made some huge promises. As far as tariffs that are likely to be imposed, if at all Donald Trump comes back to power. And the third big announcement that was made by Donald Trump was with regards to the deposition plan. So as far as the illegal immigration is concerned, there too some big announcements that have really been made by Donald Trump. So let's first listen in to what the voters had to really say as to why exactly they believe that either of these 2 candidates could perhaps alter how things really pan out in the next few years. Listen in to what the voters had to say.
A lot of people are putting a lot of weight on the election, and I think it's definitely something that people are really concerned about with the economy and everything that's going on. And, I'm hopeful that Trump wins because I know that he provides results.
Well, I think early voting was a big one on our side. They call me Red. I have been a huge supporter of Trump because of his transparency, and he tells it like it is. I think he has a very large following. I think people finally did their homework and got down to a lot of the root of what his beliefs are. And I'm optimistic about this evening.
We understand that Trump is the best option, not for US only, but all the world. I understand. Me and my son and my family, we are praying to God for Trump win.
We are in Palm Beach, and as a Christian man, I think Trump is the only option. Kamala Harris is not a good person to the Christian people, and as a Christian man, I think Trump is the only option.
All right, more breaking news developments keep coming in. Donald Trump has won Texas earlier, and now it seems he has won Ohio as well. 40 electoral votes added to the Trump tally with these victories. Trump wins in Ohio, while Kamala Harris is leading in Pennsylvania. That's also a very big development so far as those voting blue goes, because Pennsylvania is a key swing state with 19 electoral college votes. Trump has said that if he wins Pennsylvania, it's a done deal, and it seems that as of now at least, it's Kamala Harris who's leading in Pennsylvania. Vice President Kamala Harris making Pennsylvania go blue. Let's go to our guests on that note, and I believe all right, I believe I go to Mr. Sampath now. Mr. Sampath, Pennsylvania going blue. How does it look like? You would not be very happy about that.
I think I just mentioned earlier that Pennsylvania turned red because of assassination attempt on him. He has a huge sympathy votes coming out of Pennsylvania. I think people have not forgotten. And he made a trip even at the late night last night. He was in Pennsylvania. So people have understood that he means well. So I think they are right. He's going to bring economical changes in the world order, as Ukraine-Russia war, and Middle East, we have an issue with Gaza, with Lebanon, that has to be taken care. I don't think even Middle East Arabs may be now a little defensive to go against Israel and cause a big issue, because Trump 100% is going to support Israel at any cost. That they know it. I think things might cool down. I think maybe it's good for the world peace.
You think, as Mr. Sampath says, that if Trump wins, it's going to be tapering off of all the wars that are going on in Europe, in Middle East, and Trump might, create a situation where Americans withdraw whatever role they have in the war, and at least in Europe, you might see winding down of the war if Trump wins?
Definitely. I think his first promise towards Americans is within 48 hours. It may not be true, but he said he's going to talk to President Putin and settle with him, and there won't be any aggression of Russia or Ukraine. And, he's going to save a big amount of course, U.S. is selling all the defense equipment. Of course, they're making big money. It's not a charity anyway.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I think.
Cynthia, you think this lead that Donald Trump has now with 177 Electoral College votes to Kamala's still at 99, you think this is decisive and that this is not going to change now?
Very cautiously optimistic. If American presidential elections have taught me something, is to always expect the unexpected. I do not, I second the opinion that President Trump is a lot better for world peace. President Trump is the president of peace. When he was in office, terrorists would think a million times before firing a bullet. We certainly did not have wars erupting all across the globe the way they are right now. And as a counterterrorism expert, this is my biggest fear, that under the presidency of Ms. Harris, things will completely escalate towards the worst. So that is my biggest concern right now. I know for a fact that the day if President Trump wins the election, Iran will immediately be at bay, the way they were last time in 2016 and the way they were in 1979 when Ronald Reagan won the elections. I know for a fact that the Taliban will be very wary to continue running Afghanistan as a terror recruitment and terror training camp. I know for a fact that Pakistan would be very uncomfortable with continuing its support for ISKP and its ilk. I know for a fact that Hamas will be very worried about continuing its assault and its attacks, as well as Hezbollah. I have hope that President Trump wins the election to stop the bloodshed.
Right.
But I'm cautiously optimistic.
Right.
Well, as far as the initial numbers are trickling in right now, it does appear to be in favor of Donald Trump, at least some of the key states. Saurabh, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you because we're going to slip into a short commercial break and we come back with the larger picture that is essentially emerging, the big picture at this point in time. Early numbers favoring Donald Trump, but once again, remember, in some of the key states, the counting hasn't even begun. So we're not very sure how it is going to go, but the projection right now really coming in from some of the Western legacy media moving towards Donald Trump. Slipping into a short break. Gentlemen, stay back with us as we get you the latest on the other.
Stay with us.
But we don't have to settle for weakness and incompetence and decline and decay. That's a nice word, decay. That's what's happening. That's a nice word, decay. Can you imagine? And nobody will question it because it's true. With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America and lead the world to new heights of glory. And indeed, think of that statement, how beautiful that is. New heights of glory, that's what's going to happen. When we win the election and we're really, well, look, the ball's in our hand. All we have to do is get out the vote tomorrow. You get out the vote, they can't do anything about it, we win. But I think I heard somebody say it's like 900, maybe a little more than 900 rallies. And, rarely do they ever catch me making even a little mistake. I go through rally after rally, 10, 20, 30, and then I say the wrong. They say, he's cognitively impaired. No, I'll let you know when that time happens. It could happen, but hopefully it's not going to be for a long time. But you've given your time, your money, and your whole heart for this cause, and your support means more than anything you can even understand. It's amazing. I love you all. You're very special. This is my last rally.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
But we don't have to settle for weakness and incompetence and decline and decay. That's a nice word, decay. That's what's happening. That's a nice word, decay. Can you imagine? And nobody will question it because it's true. With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America and lead the world to new heights of glory. And indeed, think of that statement, how beautiful that is. New heights of glory, that's what's going to happen. When we win the election and we're really, well, look, the ball's in our hand. All we have to do is get out the vote tomorrow. You get out the vote, they can't do anything about it, we win. But I think I heard somebody say it's like 900, maybe a little more than 900 rallies. And, rarely do they ever catch me making even a little mistake. I go through rally after rally, 10, 20, 30, and then I say the wrong. They say, he's cognitively impaired. No, I'll let you know when that time happens. It could happen, but hopefully it's not going to be for a long time. But you've given your time, your money, and your whole heart for this cause, and
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning to all our viewers who are tuning in right now as we get you a minute-to-minute update as far as the US elections are concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, it's turning out to be a fascinating elections in the United States of America. It's going to be a neck-to-neck race as far as the 47th President of the United States of America is concerned. Over the next few hours, we're going to take you through the biggest newsmakers joining us from US, and not just that, also which way is it really going? Will it be for the Democrat Kamala Harris, or will it be Donald Trump? Ladies and gentlemen, we're not only going to take you through what is it that each of these candidates really have to offer as far as India is concerned. But first, let's take you to the numbers that are essentially emerging right now. These are preliminary numbers, let me tell you once again. Clearly, in favor of Donald Trump as far as the numbers are concerned. 195 as far as the initial trends are concerned. 113 for Democrat Kamala Harris. What about the 7 swing states? These 7 swing states hold key to this entire election. But remember, in most of these swing states, counting hasn't even begun. For instance, we'll take you through the numbers in a short while from now, coming in from the key battleground of Pennsylvania, where the counting has already begun. Kamala Harris has taken the lead, but as most legacy media in the West really projecting that it's too early as far as the swing state of Pennsylvania is concerned. North Carolina, remember, moving towards Donald Trump at this point in time. Georgia, too, another key state where moving towards Donald Trump. But having said that, there are about 5 other swing states where the counting hasn't begun. So it's too early perhaps to really come to any sort of conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, as far as whether at all it's going to be in favor of Donald Trump or, for that matter, Kamala Harris. We're also going to go across to our reporters on the ground, the biggest team, getting you a sense of how does the Indian diaspora in the United States of America really look at these elections? Because in the run-up to the elections, clearly you've at least seen one. That's former President Trump really reaching out to the Indian diaspora, talking about some key issues that really matter to all Indians there. That's another big issue. Now, what are the big key issues that each of these candidates have really looked at, particularly with regards to immigration, where Donald Trump has made some huge promises? Illegal immigration at the top of his mind. As far as Kamala Harris is concerned, largely a continuity of what we've seen from Joe Biden. That's the continuity that she has largely spoken about. Let's take you through the headlines that we are tracking at this hour. Trump sweeps 16 US states. Projections indicate Trump could secure 278 electoral votes. Kamala Harris leading in key battleground state of Pennsylvania by over 55%. Voting time extended in few others. Kamala Harris wins New York, secures 28 electoral votes. Donald Trump wins Florida for the 3rd consecutive election, earning the state's 30 electoral votes. FBI traces non-credible bomb threats at polling places in several states to Russia.
Thank you for staying with us on the live coverage here on Republic TV. A lot like Indian elections, but not exactly like the Indian elections. The way America votes and the way in which the result is declared is a little more complex than our Indian election. Rakshita is live in our studios along with Shravan. But brass tacks, the takeaway so far, Shravan, over 170 seats for Donald Trump. He's got a big lead as of now, and most predictions in the last few hours, in the last 2 hours especially, showing that it is Donald Trump who could cross that magic number. So in India, what we call a majority mark, in America, that magic number is about 270. Looks like he could be clearing that number as of this minute. Shravan.
Well, in fact, as the picture really emerging right now, about 195. Now, how exactly are we really coming to this number, ladies and gentlemen? We are essentially relying on the Associated Press. For decades put together, Associated Press has been calling the election. So we're largely relying on the numbers really coming in. But once again, you have several of the legacy media in the West really looking into the numbers really coming in through certain research think tanks too. So those numbers too being collated here at Republic TV, as we're going to give you an overall picture of where each of them really stand at this point in time. Right now, it's about 195 for Donald Trump and about 113 for Kamala Harris. Now, which are the states that we are talking about? Most of these battleground states, as once again, let me just point it out. As far as Pennsylvania is concerned, one of the biggest states, remember, that's where one would say the big flip could actually take place. So if either of the candidates can actually make it in Pennsylvania, all that they need is 2 more. That would be enough for them to really secure what we have been calling the magic number. So clearly things would really change as far as Pennsylvania is concerned. From the key states, only North Carolina is where the numbers are trickling in right now. That's edging towards Donald Trump right now, largely seen as a state favoring the Republicans. The number that you see here, so this is where Kamala Harris is really picking it up from. Largely, if you see, these have all gone red right now. So that, again, it's an initial trend really coming in. So why are we really saying that this contest is likely to be neck to neck? Because these are just about 50% of voting the counting has taken place. So of the 7 battleground states, at least in 5 of them, the voting hasn't even the counting, I beg your pardon, hasn't even started. So that picture really not coming in. These are other states which are traditionally seen the red states. So most of them going towards Donald Trump right now. That's the reason why the numbers that you see right now stacking up to 195 for Donald Trump, 113 for Kamala Harris. So Niranjan, that's the picture that we're getting in right now. And in fact, I'm told that Shivani, a report on the ground, getting us the latest.
Well, yes, Shravan and Niranjan, of course, we are getting the most extensive coverage here on Republic TV. Shivani Kal is joining us right now on the broadcast. She's live with us. And Shivani, as Shravan was telling us that, of course, interesting trends coming in right now. But we've seen in the past that we cannot always rely on the picture that is given out by the early votes. And right now, of course, there is a lot of excitement amongst the Trump supporters. But what do you see around you? What are you picking up, the kind of reaction that have come in to the picture that is right now appearing?
They're still very hopeful. Like I said, it's going to be a long night. And if you can imagine about US, which has several time zones, like we've been having results trickling in from the East, New York, going to Democrats, Florida to Republicans. But there are states like California, which is the polling is still going on. So it is a slow process and a very nail-biting night for everybody, a suspense-filled night. And talking about the leads, amongst the big states, Trump has won Florida and Texas, and whereas Kamala has won New Jersey. But Democrats were hoping to flip Ohio, though. But again, it's gone back to Republicans. So it's too early to say. And we were talking about the battleground states, especially the blue wall. Pennsylvania, if it goes to somebody, technically won the election, but still it is not there. It is like 25%.
Yeah, the Pennsylvania is reporting only 19%. So therefore you can say Kamala is leading, but only 19% is reported so far.
So they were talking about their hopes, right? Yes. Republicans' hopes. So what do you think? We're still hoping?
Prashant, we have the bigger state. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, Trump is still leading in Georgia and North Carolina, where,
yes.
Georgia, he's like 76% reporting and he's leading by 52.4%.
Yep.
Whereas in North Carolina, like 59% reporting, he's still leading by 51.1%. So 2 of the 7 battleground states, he's still leading. We are still hoping on, Nevada and Arizona, where the countings will start probably at 11 p.m.
Yeah. They are still basically kind of, voting. The counting will start maybe in half an hour or 1 hour from now.
1 hour,
and those are the 2 bigger states where we will definitely have a bigger hope, and then we will definitely turn red.
So like we said, it's still very early to talk about who is leading, actually, especially when we talk about the toss-up states on which we all are keeping our eyes on.
Absolutely. And again, in the California area, illegal immigration was the bigger issue for us, right? So in that area, California is again blue, but we have impact on other part of the California or Sun Belt, right? And immigration of those illegal has a lot of impact on Indian and Asian community, because Indian Asians come over here. It takes decades for us to get the green card or the citizenship.
Right.
Whereas those illegal immigrants comes, Kamala Harris opened the door. Biden opened the door for them, and within a year, they turned into the citizenship, and they're voting today.
So so far, it's been a very, very important key issue amongst Indian diaspora, if I would say, and especially every Indian American would also agree to that,
Shivani.
that when it comes to national security, open borders, they've been really taking this
Yes.
very seriously.
And
You don't know who came in, no wedding was done. You don't know who's entering
No background
the country, and that's a concern.
So, New York crime rate has basically increased vastly from last 2 or 3 years. You go to New York City and you will see on the road, you can see all the beggars and the people are looking for small jobs. But again, that illegal immigration has opened up unemployment, has basically increased the prices for everything because our tax money is going to feed them, right?
Yeah.
So where the commodities price you can control if you don't have all these kind of the policies in place.
So technically, for both the sides, I think their key issues are very important and significant to them. Like if you talk about Republicans, they're talking about they're vowing to address the illegal immigration, and they're talking about open borders and economy, especially unemployment. Whereas if you talk about the Democrats, they're talking about the rights for women, especially when it comes to reproductive rights. What do you have to say on that?
Yeah, so you know what? I'm a moderate Republican, so I do believe in women's rights, but I think that there should be some structure and some rules around it, right? And I think it should be left, as many people say, between the patient and the doctor, and let them decide and let the state decide. I don't think it should be a national decision anyway.
Right. I mean, Trump has already said that he's not going to impose like a federal ban on abortion. He's just going to, he wants it to be like a state, the state jurisdiction where they make a decision and, not be on a federal. So he's not going to ban the abortion so far.
It totally depends upon the state, not like a federal.
It's not a federal thing.
It's not a federal thing for sure.
It's not federal.
But if you see the Republicans, I think if you talk about Donald Trump, he's not been having a very strong stand on that.
Yeah, but they have in their agenda on priority for the women. Definitely they work. For sure. Yeah.
So these were the key issues people are looking at and what are important for every American. So like I said, it's going to be a long night, too early to say, but if it is a landslide for any of the candidates, then we will probably know it by tomorrow morning.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah,
We all
okay.
are excited and definitely very positive.
I'm going to just pull it away from you for a second there, Shivani, because I also have a few panelists joining us live on the broadcast this evening, evening America time, morning India time. Saurabh Shukla, who's the editor-in-chief of News Mobile, live from Boston this morning. I have Vibhuti Jha. He's live from New York with us. Anant Mittal, who's live from Washington, D.C. Arun Kumar, future and commodities trader, live from Austin, Texas. Jyotsna Sharma, who's a senior journalist, also live with us. And I'm quickly going to start with Saurabh Shukla. Saurabh is there. I see Saurabh there. Saurabh, the Associated Press showing that it's 178 in the presidential polls, 178 leads for Donald Trump, 99 leads for Kamala Harris. Senate, Republicans leading again, 46-36. In the House, Republicans once again in the lead, 102-73. In the governor race, 23 lead for Donald Trump, 22 for Kamala Harris. Things could change, isn't it? A bit early?
Niranjan, we have covered this in the past together. You know the last elections, what happened. It seemed that Donald Trump was leading and then Joe Biden won the election. But having said that, I would still say that as we speak now, Donald Trump has an edge. No doubt about that. And this is what the early trends, even though in the critical battleground state of Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris, who has been campaigning very hard, is leading. So that's something which is like some kind of a consolation for Democrats. I was talking to a Democratic strategist, and he was saying that, they still are hopeful, but Donald Trump, it seems that as we speak now, at this hour, has an edge over Kamala Harris. Don't go by these numbers. It's true. 270 is the number which counts. Yes. Eventually, a lot of battleground states are yet to be, the results are yet to come out. So we still have to watch out for that. But for now, certainly Donald Trump, he's retained his traditional the states that he's won last time, and he's holding those in the battleground states also, like Pennsylvania. Even though these are early numbers, Pennsylvania, only a fraction of that has been counted. Kamala Harris is leading there, but even now, I would say he has a slender lead in the overall numbers, Niranjan. But still, too early to call anything. This can tilt either way. 270 is the magic number. Whoever gets it becomes the next president of the US. Niranjan?
Yes.
Yes, Niranjan, in fact, we're also being joined by Rick Mehta. He's a politician from the Republican Party. He's joining us live from New Jersey. Thank you so much, Ms. Mehta, for joining us here. And looking at the trends, of course, we see that Trump is leading right now as we talk about, as we speak, 52% in Pennsylvania, very close in Pennsylvania. And just a while back, we saw him also talking about some sort of cheating, as he said. And even in the last time around, he said that he was not satisfied with the results. And again, he claimed that there was foul play. This time around, whatever happens, he says that he will accept if there is fair play, if the result he feels is fair. So how do you see this going on right now? Where do you see this going? How happy are you, or you still feel that you're very nervous? How is the atmosphere among the Republicans?
I think among the Republicans are very excited right now. If you see the numbers that are coming in and trickling in, the key swing states and the counties, they're overwhelmingly supporting Trump right now, and he has a commanding lead. More importantly, he's decisively won the states that he was supposed to win, whereas that's not the case for Kamala Harris. And so listening to the Democrat side, the only word I keep hearing from them is nervous, nervous, nervous. I think that this election is very different than last 4 years' election from 4 years past, primarily because we have early voting, machine voting, high level of oversight, a lot of aggressive attorneys on the ground for both sides looking at voter fraud and voter irregularities. And we don't have a complete nationwide mail-in ballot system. So right now, if you look at the results, things are leaning very nicely for Trump, exactly how the campaign strategy was put out. And all of those pieces are falling into place.
Yeah, okay. Stay with me, Rick. My colleague Shavan is also here. We'll go to Vibhuti Jha to get a question from him. Vibhuti, the Democrats, are they trailing in even the states where they're expected to do better? Not looking very, very exciting this morning for the Democratic camp.
Thank you very much for meeting all of you here. I know quite a few of the Americans who are here on the panel today. Having said that, I don't think the Democrats are very excited about what they are seeing. What I'm seeing is that, as the previous gentleman said, that Republicans are happier than otherwise, because of two reasons. One of the key factors is that Kamala Harris entered the race very late. Whether it was a design by the Democratic Party, I do not know. Whether it was a gameplay, I do not know, and I don't care. What is important here is that she entered the race in a remarkable way, without fighting a primary, without people getting to know her. The only memory people had about her was Tulsi trouncing her on the presidential debate in 2016 elections. She has not recovered from that yet. So for that person to emerge as a Democratic Party candidate, I mean, literally dumping Biden hasn't gone down well with many groups of people. Republicans, I think Trump was very happy to have Kamala Harris as a candidate, because for Trump, the advantage was that he had 4 years of his run, 2016 to 2020, in front of the people to assess. And they found, to their utter horror and joy, both I'll put together, that this man wasn't as bad as they painted him to be. And this man did much better than what he was expected to do. So, for example, all the attack on Trump by Democrats, that he would be a dictator. Sounds familiar script? That he would be a dictator. He wasn't dictator in 4 years of his run. So people said, what the hell? He wasn't a dictator. The economy was going great until COVID hit the global economies all over the world. And then inflation was at the lowest level. Today, you are paying so much more money for everything that is happening to you. You have no idea. So the point of the matter here is that Trump has emerged as a winner. The Russia gate. Look at one very critical element that happened. On one particular day, John Kerry, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, they all talked about that Trump would be a fascist, he will curb your freedom. Guess what they were talking about? They were talking about amending the First Amendment, should they win, because they want to curb First Amendment because of misinformation factors. And now, thanks to technology, the way we communicate, the tectonic shift that technology brought in our life, look at it. We are communicating real across the country, across the borders. This is the importance of communication. People know who lied, and that's what it is important. I just want to add one more thing. I did early voting in my constituency in Port Washington in Long Island. There was a long line on 3rd of September. True to my style, I began to talk to people who were ahead and behind me. And there were a black lady, there was a Southeast Asian Chinese or whatever, and there was a white couple, and they were all having a good talk. And I said, what is the primary reason that you're voting today? And they all said in one voice, the way we are going on, we are on a wrong track. They gave examples of that we are sending billions of dollars to Ukraine. We have no money for ourselves. We have $33 trillion. We are an obese country financially and trade-wise and everything else. And we are paying $1 trillion in interest. That's a joke. They talked about, just a few days ago, New York City mayor put through a budget of $590 per day hotel room for illegal migrants. Think about it. Do you think people don't see that? People don't know about it? And as Saurabh had pointed out earlier on, it is a disgusting scenario, the way the illegal immigration is making you and I immigrants look bad. The other people think that we are also belong to the same crop, and we are not. Even Latinos are unhappy about this. So there are many issues on which the Democratic Party has propped up DEI so much that they forgot that everybody who came to this country came in search of excellence. That excellence is gone. It's mediocrity. And that's what is bothering America. And I can tell you one thing for sure. I wonder, and I say it with a chuckle, that Democratic Party politicians attack the rich people. And I'm asking them the same question. Hey, who comes to America to remain poor? Who comes from a poor country? They all want to come to America to become rich. So what's wrong with that? Trying to become rich. There's nothing wrong in it. So if Warren Buffett is upset that his secretary pays more taxes than he does, then guess who made those tax laws? Why doesn't Warren Buffett pay the secretary's taxes? Why doesn't he donate money to the charitable organizations to cover the tax deficits of poor people? That they won't do. So there are many dichotomies in the country. It's a very complicated election. I've been watching it, being part of it. It is very important to understand this is a very complicated election process. I don't think any other country will be able to handle this. And the promise of Kamala Harris tax relief is a hogwash, trust me, because she is in the same mold as the free givers of many political systems. Everything I will give you for free, but who will pay for it? So you and I will pay for it. That's what is important. Thank you very much for giving me the time.
Stay with me. I have some breaking news updates, and I want to go across to Shivani to just get in a word from her, and I'll go across to our panelists joining us live from America, mostly Indian Americans, and that is the most important perspective this evening. Suesha and Rakshita, let's quickly give our viewers a breaking news update. We have the Associated Press calling the state of Missouri. Donald Trump has won Missouri. Republican Donald Trump winning the reliably conservative state of Missouri on Tuesday, defeating Kamala Harris, overwhelmingly favoring Trump over Democrats in 2016, 2020, and again in 2024. He was again favored to win this year, so there's no surprise there. The Republicans are winning the state of Missouri again. And in the past decade, the GOP has become increasingly dominant in Missouri. Now, these are live updates we're getting in from the Associated Press. I'm going across to Shivani now. Shivani, you were speaking to the Indian Americans there. New Jersey, what's the trend looking like this morning?
This morning, like I was just telling you, traditionally when you talk about New Jersey, it's been leaning towards Democrats. But the wave and the people we spoke to, I think this time the turnout has been great, and it's been very neck and neck. And it was not like the way it used to be previously,
Yes.
the way it used to directly just go to the Democrats. This time there was a neck and neck fight for sure, and they are a little disappointed. But again, they're hoping, because some very tight races are happening in the swing states, and they're still hoping and keeping their hopes high.
Yeah, New Jersey used to be pure or completely kind of a blue state, but this time the turnout of the voters, if you look at the popular votes in New Jersey, we basically had a better percentage. We improved a lot, right? Overall, if we talk about it, yes, Trump is leading in Georgia, almost 80% reported, and out of 80%, 52% we are leading. So we definitely have a bigger hope over there. North Carolina, 65% reported, 52% we are leading. So Trump is leading over there. Back. Wisconsin is back.
Trump is ahead in
Yes.
Georgia.
That's what I said. Georgia, North Carolina, Wisconsin, we are back. 49% we are kind of leading.
But Pennsylvania, as of now, Kamala Harris is taking the lead. Although it's not very significant, and it's too early in a state like Pennsylvania. But it is leading there.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is only 39% reported so far. So we have like 60% to be reported. So in those 60%, anything can happen, and we still have a hope. Of course, that Trump will basically win Pennsylvania as well. So these three major states, I said, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, and Wisconsin. These are three states we are leading. Arizona and Nevada, it's not started yet.
If Wisconsin is there, then it's going to be a great hope. At least some states that would be there in the battleground of states. But, talking about the factors which has been leading to such a neck-to-neck fight here, would be, I would say, a very interesting data point has come up when we talk about the yawning gender gap, what we're seeing here. I would like to ask quickly about that. You've seen that trend, about 60% of the women have been, leaning towards the Democrats, whereas because of the issues like inflation and unemployment, has been driving about 60% of the men towards the Republicans.
So we're talking about the gender gap. I mean, I think people are just voting for her just because she's female. And I don't think that they're even doing any research to see what policies she stands for. And I think for Trump, I think that a lot of the things that the policies that he stands for, like what you said, inflation, he's not really talking too much about other issues that I guess women really, are concerned about. I mean, they are, but I think there are a lot of the issues that he's
the everyday issues. The fact that the normal American out here is not able to buy the groceries. If you look at the rates of the groceries, there's so much inflation, and the layoffs, the kind of layoffs have been addressing. So there are few key issues. But right now, if you can say that Kamala is ahead in 3 blue wall states, but it's still too early to say that.
Mm-hmm. It is too
early.
No, that's a change to 2. So if you see that, like we are leading in 3, Kamala is leading only in 2, right? So it keeps changing. It's swinging.
But again, swinging back.
It's swinging back and forth because it's not reported that high yet, and we still definitely are having a positive kind of a hope that we will be turning red in most of these states. And again, back to the safety, as Preeti already said, right? The safety in the previous term of Trump was so much good. There was no crime almost, right? You can walk on the road anytime, especially in the past term of Trump. But here in the Joe Biden's term, especially there was a lot of attack on immigrants, specifically Asian and Indians, right? You have seen that. And Biden had defunding policy for police, right? If you do not fund police, how you are going to protect your citizens, right? So that's a major safety issue which Trump is basically saying. If you do not have a fund for your police department to create a security wall around your citizens, how you are going to make the safety around
In his final campaign stop day, also before election day, Trump was rallying in North Carolina, again talking about national security and addressing the illegal.
Right. So Shivani, we understand it's slightly early to say whether Harris is leading or not, but I also want to take this point to Arun. Because the weight primarily on Harris now she will have to lead when it comes to Pennsylvania for sure, even Wisconsin and Michigan, given how Trump is leading in Georgia and North Carolina. Also, Democrats saying that, wait, the game is not over. Wait until the counting happens in the West Coast. It is primarily the East Coast that has happened. And the numbers will look far more balanced than what it looks right now.
Yeah, Trump has kept all the states that he was supposed to win, and he's winning it in margins twice as much as they were expecting. For example, Florida was supposed to be like 5 to 6%. He's been winning it like 10 to 11, 12%. And same thing with Georgia, which was supposed to be like 2 to 3%. He's beating with 5% to 6%. And Pennsylvania, he's almost close. And if you look into the bond markets right now, it's gone down 3 points, which is a prediction like Trump is going to win. Same thing with the currencies. US dollar is getting stronger against Canadian, euros, and pound. And also similarly with regards to the prediction markets, right now it's 85 to 15%. So Trump is 85 to 15. So my money is 100% on Trump. He's got it right now, locked and loaded.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. In fact, viewers, as there are multiple, these figures are coming in on the swing states also. And we'll, in fact, get you a lowdown on the swing states and how they, in fact, play a major role, a very important role in them, and try and get more insights from a guest on that. But take a look, viewers, at this explainer from Republic TV on the swing states and how they make the difference in every presidential election.
It's going to be all about the 7 swing states. And what does it really look like? Because even now, if you really look at most of these swing states, not much clarity really coming in. Pennsylvania, remember, there was a 1 point percentage difference that we saw in the last elections that really swung the entire elections. Now, let's take you through which are the 7 battleground states, why these states are so very crucial for both the candidates. And if you see, most of the campaigning of both the candidates were revolving around these states. Let's first begin with Arizona, because this is one such state since 1940. Remember, it only went once to the Democrats. So 90% of the voters in Arizona have opted for the mail-in or early ballot. So one would certainly expect, the counting to take place faster here. Results could be skewed because remember, here we have seen the Democrats only picking it up only in the last elections. And the margin also was down to about 20,000 votes as far as in Donald Trump's case goes. Initial counts likely leaning towards Harris. That's what we are picking up right now from multiple wire agencies reporting from Arizona. Let's take you through the other. Georgia could see the blue mirage. Now that's the other, battleground state that we are focusing on. Georgia, remember, has also leaned more towards the Republicans too. So will there be a repeat this time for Donald Trump? We'll also look at the numbers. If we can get the desk also to tell me what's the current number really coming in.
Okay, I'll quickly get in an Indian perspective. Anang Mittal, are you there?
Yes.
Hi, Anang. I remember, being in the US, I think it was 2019 when the Howdy Modi event happened, right? And Trump is extremely popular with the Indian American community. I'd stick my neck out and say very few Indian Americans maybe will be batting for Kamala Harris, even though she has Indian roots. And we didn't see any of that come out in the election campaign. I would expect an excitement around Kamala Harris, an Indian American, right, being in the race. But I'm sticking my neck out and saying very few Indians are rooting for Kamala Harris for some reason. More Indian Americans rooting for Donald Trump. Why don't you explain this to us? I also have Saurabh Shukla live with us. I'll get him on this perspective. But Anang, I'd like to get your view on it first up.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. There was this recent survey by the Carnegie Endowment on Indian Americans, and so it does say that about 60% of Indian Americans tend to vote Democratic. But you're right that Donald Trump has been much more friendlier to the Indian community, has been much more done much more outreach to the Indian community than Kamala Harris has done. You can say that Indian Americans are by default Democratic. leaning voters because they're highly educated, the ones who come here, and they tend to be from the professional and middle class. Now, a lot of Indian Americans in states like Georgia happen to be business owners. They're hotel owners. They own grocery stores or small convenience stores, and the same with places like Pennsylvania as well. And so those Indian Americans are also tend to be Republican voters. They tend to vote Republicans because they care more about the issues of business, taxes, inflation, as much as the middle class does. And so those are the more upfront, visible Trump supporters when it comes to the business community of Indian Americans. But yeah, I think it's fair to say that Trump has done much better outreach. Kamala Harris sort of, checks the box every time she did this Diwali celebration at the White House. Again, it was a lot of my friends went there. I know quite a few Indians who went to the Diwali celebration at the White House. So it's appreciated, but it's one of those things where she tends to not sort of make a big deal out of it, even though, like I said, she puts it in her campaign materials. But Indians, when you talk to them, they don't feel that she sort of listens to them or represents them in the best sense of the word. They feel that she sort of is, playing both sides, and also, like, she's played up her African American heritage. Even in the 2019 election, she focused more on that. And so, yeah, Donald Trump just has better visibility. He's a much more of a celebrity, and nothing wrong with that. A lot of Indian Americans also follow the celebrity side of things, so they tend to support Donald Trump just on, like I said, the economic issues and just in terms of visibility, who's looking out for them. Trump put out that amazing tweet just a week ago saying that he's going to protect the Hindu American of Bangladesh and Hindu Americans all over America. Kamala Harris has done nothing like that. She just sort of, like I said, checks the box when it comes to engagement with Indian Americans.
Yep.
In fact, Jyotsna Sharma also joining us from New Jersey, she's a senior journalist. Now, Jyotsna, of course, we've talked about how the Indian Americans on American soil are thinking, how New Delhi thinks about it. But if you see the votes of the several world leaders, you see how internationally it plays out. How do Trump and Harris both fare? We'll see someone like a Ukraine not be very okay with maybe, Trump coming in because he's not talked about, the aid. He's not very vocal for that continuous aid to Ukraine. He says that right on day one, he will end the war. We do not know how he'll do that, but he has claimed that he will end the war on the first day of office. And then there are concerns, in China, of course, about the tariffs, about the reignition of the trade war, so on and so forth. So the entire world has its eyes on this election. Even North Korea, of course, had a very historic moment with Donald Trump when they had that meeting. So how does it really play out geopolitically?
See, geopolitically, if I speak about President Trump, I think my voice is echoing. 1 second. Sorry for that.
Yes.
So when we speak about President Trump, if we go back into the history during his tenure, there was no war that happened during his time. He had full control, and I don't know what magic he had with even North Korea. He had good relations. Now, when we speak about the current scenario, America's economy is already in shambles, and the entire resources, the money being sent out for the aid to countries like Ukraine, of course, the wars that are happening and the support that US is giving to Israelis, and the local voters, the local Americans are not really happy about it. And of course, Trump somewhere is trying to connect with the general public of America. The people who love their country, who want to grow in their country. Trump has gauged that. And he definitely, I don't know what magic he will do if he wins, comes to power. Day one, of course, he'll stop the aid. That's what he's saying. And with regards to China, he definitely had a very strong stand from the previous time as well during his tenure. Now, again, he speaks about increasing the tariffs, about the imports that are coming in. And he, of course, wants to promote, like in America products more here. Like he wants to manufacture things in America at a cost where, Americans benefit from that instead of, hiring some cheap labor somewhere else and Americans not enjoying it. So globally, of course, there is a strong stance Trump is taking, but then people would have to appreciate one thing, that he is a person who loves his country. He's trying to bring back the right things for his own countrymen. There is no such thing that he wants to please the world. He will play diplomatically, pretty much. And of course, with India, he shares a very strong relationship with Prime Minister Modi, as we have witnessed previously. So there are things to watch out, of course, how he strategically goes on that. But yes, Trump as a leader stands very tall when it comes to managing the disputes or the situations that are happening currently. I don't know, he definitely will get a lot of mess in his hands if he wins today. But then he has that gut, and he has those guts and charisma. He will do something different. I'm hopeful about that.
Yeah. Saurabh, just getting in some breaking news updates. I'll quickly give those updates out and I'm coming to you. Associated Press, which is seen as the gold standard for American election counting, saying that their race call, Kamala Harris has won Colorado. The AP race call, Donald Trump has won Utah. AP race call, Donald Trump has won Montana. So these are some live updates that are coming in. It's, as of this minute, 198 leads for Donald Trump, 109 for Kamala Harris, the magic number being 270. We are staying with the breaking news updates and also getting in the perspective. Why are we covering this in great detail? Because whatever happens in America will have an impact on India. And we have seen, Saurabh, the impact on India in the recent past. For example, what happened in Bangladesh, right? It's a regime change that happened. And it's clear that America had a role, Saurabh. Whether you like it or not, whether the Americans accept it or not, we know that America had a role in what happened in Bangladesh, right? And under Joe Biden and especially Kamala Harris, there has been a lot of hostility vis-a-vis India and America. Have you seen ties change under the Democrats? Saurabh, who's better for the Indians? Is a Democratic government better? Are Republicans better?
Ranjan, I'm glad that you asked this question because, a lot of people have been speculating on this. But let me start with why is that the Indian Americans, some of them were unhappy with the Democrats. The fact that thousands of dollars are being paid by these Indian Americans who are hardworking, who are paying taxes, a lot of skilled Indian immigrants are there in the US, who are very well educated, who are contributing greatly to the US economy, yet they are in a huge green card backlog. And despite the fact that the Democratic administration could have captured the old green cards, which have been wasted for years, nothing was done. That's the reason why a lot of US, citizens of Indian origin who have families, who have ties with these skilled immigrants, they feel upset about it. That's the reason why you see a big section of Indian Americans, shifting their voting preferences to Donald Trump this time. That's one thing that I want to tell you. The other thing is, largely, if you ask me, even under Democratic administration of President Biden, we had the best of relationship. You saw the visit that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi had on, in the US. That was under the Biden administration. That was a huge visit. Yes, there are some elements in the US, like any other country, who obviously are not, they do not like this proximity that India has today with the US. Certainly, there are areas which we continue to disagree on, but that we will continue to do it as friends. I can tell you, overall big picture is whoever becomes the US president following the results tonight or tomorrow, the India partnership will continue to grow and strengthen. Yes, there are returns on the way. If Donald Trump becomes the president, he will mount more pressure on India when it comes to the tariffs on trade issue. He will try to extract a bigger deal. But the relationship, the foundation is so strong today that no individual leader can wreck it. Even if Kamala Harris were to win the election, I'm sure she will have pressure from certain quarters to put more pressure on India when it comes to human rights issue. But that is not going to derail the relationship, Niranjan. You and me know, we have been covering strategic affairs for a long time, that the relationship today is so strong. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi has contributed immensely to this partnership. So whoever wins this US election, our relationship with the United States will only grow. Yes, the Indian Americans are upset with the democratic regime, They may shift sides this time because of the immigration issue, because of the skilled immigration issue, which hasn't been highlighted as much by the Democrats, which Donald Trump has highlighted. He's talked about illegal immigrants, but he has made a clear distinction with skilled immigration, which the Democrats have failed to do. That has been a major factor, and 2.5 million Indian American voters are there.
Legal immigration. Give me 2 minutes for that. I also want to add on to the legal immigration when I speak about, when Saurav is speaking about, we have done active advocacy for the green card backlog in this country. Yes. I have championed that, have done rallies in front of White House, in front of Capitol Hill, and things have not moved for the high-skilled immigrants, the X&B visa holders. There's a long wait for green card, which ranges from anywhere from 50 to 60 years, and it looks like a funny number when we speak about. People think we are joking, and the thing is, right. Democrats, where they were.
Jyotsna, you're right, and you're right about that. That has been a major issue, and that's the reason why I've been talking to a lot of voters. Why a lot of voters? Because the Indian Americans, they have very close family ties. There are people of Indian origin who are in this huge backlog, and all it was required was to recapture.
And I have to add on to this, where Kamala Harris and the Democrats have been very, very warm for the undocumented workers, immigrants who came to the country. They are paying them money, prepaid cards, food stamps and everything, making their life comfortable here, and they're crossing the borders illegally. Whereas there is a particular segment, I speak about the Indian Americans, why I'm speaking is, there is a particular segment of high-skilled workers who have their kids, around 200,000 to 300,000 kids, who are stuck with their parents waiting for the green card. When they turn 21, they'll have to leave their country despite their parents are law-abiding, high-skilled workers in this country paying taxes. These kids were brought into this country when they were small, 2 years, 4 years of age, infants rather, and now when they reach their colleges, they are not allowed to get admissions into college as U.S. citizens or green card holders would get. They have to apply as foreign students, that is F1 visa holders, and not even that. These students, when they enter their school, when a child turns 15 or 16 years, they're allowed to work. These kids cannot work. They are the export-dependent kids who are not allowed to work in this country. They're meritorious kids, STEM champions, and they are facing this. Now, what happens with the Indian segment, the Indian diaspora? We feel hurt somewhere. These are those deserving kids who need to be in this country, who can really bring more better results for the growth of this country if they stay here. And they are not being considered by these Democrats. And whereas President Trump specifically spoke about the DALCA kids, that is the legal immigrants, kids of the high-skilled workers, President Trump has a very strong stance saying, I will give the green card to the DALCA kids if he comes in power. And why I'm speaking is Shalabh Kumar. I have worked very closely with him. He is the person who endorsed President Trump in 2016 when he was a candidate, of course. And I worked along with him to do this advocacy for the green card backlog segment. And these DALCA kids were the major concern for us. Whenever we went, we spoke to the Democrats. And it was such a bad feeling, when we went to rallies to Capitol Hill. Then people like Nancy Pelosi, she would be very, very warm to these undocumented kids. When the DACA kids came, she would offer pizzas. Whereas when our kids went, she just didn't even look at them. And we went with a request that please pass a bill. No bill has been passed so far by the Democrats. They just do lip service. Not even that. I'll tell you one more thing. We got our green card after 17 years in this country. I am one person, a witness to it. After leading my efforts, we could not get the green card. Thanks to President Trump, we got green card during the COVID time. Why? Because he stopped the family immigration. And this is something very crucial. President Trump took the right steps at the right places. And that's where Indian Americans are falling for him. We are his fans. I was in person there at President Trump's home in 2022, Mar-a-Lago. He hosted a Diwali festival for us. I was the master of ceremony for that event. He hosted the executives of Republican Hindu Coalition. I just want to quote one thing. Very precisely, he said, I want to build a Hindu Holocaust memorial in Washington, D.C. Who would have said that? None. Nobody. So there is some alignment from the Hindu voters Hindu Americans, as I speak about, Indian Americans. There is a bond that President Trump shares with India.
No, but can I say
one way or
something,
other.
Jyotsna, let me just make a point. I'll take this question to, Vibhuti Jha, right? I see that Indian Americans are split because, many of them on the panel today, live today, as we bring these numbers in from America as the votes are being counted. By the way, we have a breaking news update that Trump has won Iowa with 6 electoral votes there. He's won Iowa. Vibhuti, I was just saying that, of course, most of you on the panel feel strongly about Republicans and Donald Trump. But there are many that we have been also interacting with, especially in California and the Silicon Valley, who will, root heavily for Kamala Harris. It is split, right? I wanted to say something. Recently something happened. I don't know how many of you have tracked it in the USA. But you remember when Narendra Modi came to Texas, right? He came to America in 2019. It was short of endorsing Donald Trump. He said, "Abki baar Trump sarkar." Remember the controversy back then that it was generated mostly by the Democrats, and they questioned India. Why did he say that, right? I'll tell you what has happened secretly this time. You had a few leaders from the Indian opposition, from the Congress party, from the DMK, right? We've heard of secret meetings between them and Kamala Harris. I know a leader from the Congress party who's known as a leader who heavily funds the Congress party, who was there in America, attended a Kamala Harris rally, shot a video of himself, which then got leaked, right? Do you see, this as a big giveaway of where they stand vis-a-vis, domestic politics? Vibhuti.
You brought in a very interesting information, which I'm aware of. Other people may or may not be, but I was very much impressed by Jyotsna's emotional outburst on H1B, which is very justified. And you will be all happy to know that in my show, I had raised this issue. Where are Indians talking about H1B? And I got calls from H1B guys that please take up this issue. And I'm glad Jyotsna was in the forefront of it later. Having said that, there is one very critical element about Indo-Americans, Indian Americans. Majority of us live in blue states. New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Washington, California. And as a result of which, it is good to be part of the winning team in the state because that's where you can gain some. That's the one key story why majority of the Indians are Democrats. But in the last few months or last 1 year or so, we have taken up the issue. And Niranjan, it will be an interesting element for you to do some research on that and cover it, that every single anti-India, anti-Hindu, 370 caste files, you name it, including declaring swastik as a hate symbol in my state of New York, or dismantling Hindutva agenda, they were all conceived, imagined, perpetrated, and an effort was made to malign us in all Democrat-run states. I was the one who started this campaign and began to ask people, Indian people, does your money count? Does your vote matter? This has resulted in some kind of an upheaval, and I'm so delighted that in this election, the Indian Americans have become more active because that's what we have been demanding of Indian Americans. Get engaged in your local communities, whether it's a Parents Teachers Association, PTA, to monitor and look after the school education of your children, the course curriculum, or whether it's school board, get involved in your local communities. That's where you matter. That's where your vote counts. That's where your money matters. So you are looking at a scenario. When Modi did the Howdy Modi here, then Ahmedabad big rally, you know all that. Yes, I'm aware of the fact that many Democrat senators, they were, to use the American slang, really pissed off because they said that Modi sided with Trump. We will teach him a lesson. You are seeing what is happening in the Biden administration. That number of efforts made to undermine India have been huge.
Vibhuti, I'm sorry to interrupt you there. Hold on to your thought because I'm taking a short break. I have to take this break, but I'm coming back and I'm requesting all our panelists, please stay with us. It's getting exciting. Please stay with us. We'll take a short break and come back, and I'm going to continue. Vibhuti, I want you to hold on to that point because I want to continue when we come back on this point, okay? Stay tuned. I'm taking a short break. Back with the live coverage.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
But we don't have to settle for weakness and incompetence and decline and decay. That's a nice word, decay. That's what's happening. That's a nice word, decay. Can you imagine? And nobody will question it because it's true. With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America and lead the world to new heights of glory. Think of that statement, how beautiful that is. New heights of glory, that's what's going to happen. When we win the election and we're really, well, look, the ball's in our hand. All we have to do is get out the vote tomorrow. You get out the vote, they can't do anything about it, we win. But I think I heard somebody say it's like 900, maybe a little more than 900 rallies. And, you know, rarely do they ever catch me making even a little mistake. I go through rally after rally, 10, 20, 30, and then I say the wrong. They say, he's cognitively impaired. No, we're not. I'll let you know when that time happens. It could happen, but hopefully it's not going to be for a long time. But you've given your time, your money, and your whole heart for this cause, and your support means more than anything you can even understand. It's amazing. I love you.
Director, the taste of success.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Trump sweeps 16 United States. Trump takes 16 US states. Indications of Trump securing 278 electoral votes. Swing states in focus. Trump-Harris locked in a tough contest in Battleground, Pennsylvania. Only 1/3 of the votes counted. Many urban areas still to report the numbers. Trump scores another win, bags Iowa. Poly market now gives Trump 90% chance of winning. FBI traces non-credible bomb threats at polling places in several states to Russia.
Welcome back. You're watching live coverage here on Republic along with Rakshita and Suesha, who are in the studios right now. And we are joined by Indian Americans and geostrategic experts joining us on this broadcast on what the American results mean for India. And that is the only interest that we have here at Republic TV. Of course, a lot of interest of the American results here in India. And I'm introducing our panelists once again. Saurabh Shukla, Editor-in-Chief News Mobile, live from Boston this morning. I have Archana Lakotia, who will be joining us live from New Jersey. Deepika Nair from Washington, D.C. Dave Karalekar, who's joining us live from New York. Ankush Bandari joining us live from New York. Jyotsna Sharma, who's a senior journalist, continues to be with us from New Jersey. We were on a very important point when we took a short break. And before I go back to Vibhuti Jha, who was talking about the political ramifications of who's in power in America, the Republicans or the Democrats. As of now, Trump is in the lead. Poly market giving Trump 90% chances of winning this election. He's got a 6% lead over Kamala Harris. Some key states are yet to be counted. While I go to Vibhuti Jha, a few breaking news updates from America right now. Live updates. Associated Press reporting that there is anxiety in the Kamala Harris camp at Detroit as the numbers show that she's trailing even in key states. Another bit of breaking news update. Philadelphia election officials have denied Donald Trump's claims of cheating. He tweeted this morning saying that there could be an aspect of cheating in the elections. They have denied that call. Another breaking news update. Kamala Harris has won the District of Columbia as per the Associated Press, which according to Americans is the gold standard of election result counting. Another AP race call. Kamala Harris has won Colorado. Donald Trump has won Utah. Donald Trump has won Iowa. Donald Trump has won Montana. And these are some of the updates. Donald Trump won Missouri. That was about 40 minutes ago. Going back to Vibhuti Jha on the political ramifications, the point we left off on. Vibhuti.
Yeah, the point which I'm trying to come back to, and I will have to leave after this comment of mine because I'm committed to another channel at 10:30.
Yes,
so,
go ahead.
Thank you very much for continuing with that. But key element, Trump's agenda of Make America Great Again is not in conflict with Prime Minister Modi's agenda of making 2047 and growing economy to some huge extent. Now, one of the misconceptions which is reigning in Indian TV conversations, that if Trump imposes 10% tariff, it will reduce India's GDP by a certain percentage and it will derail Indian economy. I just wanted to say that as a banker, as an international banker and a trading, something I know about that, tariff is always used as a negotiation tool. Trump likes Mr. Modi a hell of a lot because he is a tough negotiator, so is Modi. Both of them have tremendous interest in economic growth of both these countries. Trump has a bigger challenge in the sense that while India wants to grow, Trump has to manage this economy because at $33 trillion deficit, the financial obesity that this country suffers from, there is no other go but tightening the belt, and that can be inconvenient. So therefore, there are many factors that will bring India and United States together without disrupting any other relations, because the convergence points, geopolitically speaking, are far too many to let it go because of petty interests here or there. A pannu here or a nijjar there will not matter. So let me put it this way very clearly. The interests are far too much important than to be allowing silly matters to make major issues subservient. So thank you very much for saying so. And I want to urge every Indian American who is listening today and every Indian in India who is listening to this today, get engaged in your political activity. Just because we live abroad doesn't mean we are useless. We are very much contributing to everything that is happening to India, and we are impacted by what happens in India. So it's a two-way traffic. Thank you very much, Niranjan, for having me, and to all the hosts that hosted me here today, and to all the panelists. Ankush Bhandari, I know very well, and a couple of others as well. So Sauravji, namaste, and we'll see you again very soon, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Vibhuti. Rakshita.
And of course, we're also being joined by Ankush Bhandari, who's a geopolitical expert. He's live from New York with us. Now, Ankush, of course, we have this lot of discussion about H-1B visas, about immigration, and a lot of the theories floating about how when Trump comes in, there'll be a lot of focus on immigration. He will be focusing on higher for America and also higher America, buy America. But we talk about the Indian American community. We've seen that there has been a lot of focus on the young generation there, especially if we talk about the Indian American men per se. A lot of focus, and Trump has realized that just recently in his campaign that was quite reflective. How do you see that strategy, and how do you see its impact?
Okay, thank you first of all for inviting me to your channel. So you spoke of immigration, which is one of the most critical issue in America. Trump has always voted for legal immigration. Like most of the countries around the world, he's against illegal immigration. If you are an Indian American here and you came on a work visa or a study visa, it nearly took you a decade to get a green card. I'm not telling lies, same happened with me and most of my colleagues who are here with you on your channel. So he always say, if you are a legal immigrant here, you are most welcome to come. You contribute to our economy, you make your careers, make your life, have an American dream, and stay here. But if you come illegally, I will say go back. And I think irrespective of an American, any patriot who love their country don't love an illegal immigrant to come. Like in India, we always say we don't want illegal immigrants from either side of the western or the eastern border. The same case goes here in America. There's no difference over here. Second point you said is about the Indian Americans. We are approximately 6 million here. Some say 6.5, some say 5.8. Let's say a middle figure of 6 million. And out of those 6 million, you would be surprised to know from the last 2 years, the IRS has posted that Indian American is the minority group who is paying the highest tax to the American community, to American society. So we have superseded a Jewish community too, which has been the highest minority taxpayer. And so it speaks volumes over here. When you say that, okay, Indian Americans, we work hard, we pay our bills in time, we follow the rules, the law, and that's what a normal citizen does for his country. So that's what I want to say. America is built on immigrants, but legal immigrants. So they always far left wing forget to mention the word legal over there.
Right.
So
right.
I hope it answers your question.
It does, and I want to take this point to Archana. The fact that the prediction now is that there is a 90% chance that Trump would win. And he is also urging those last voters to go out there and cast their votes. Despite the controversies, the man enjoys such popularity. And I'm very interested in knowing your view of how you see his second term. Because I particularly remember that statement where he said, in the next term, if I'm re-elected, it's going to be rather nasty. It's going to be a little bit nasty. So in terms of all that we are discussing of what he may do, how he would change the tariffs, how would it impact India, what is your broader view of how you see it?
Well, I think
Immigration is one of the, I guess, top reason why we see the results we are seeing. Illegal immigrants have been definitely a point of concern, in the U.S. for the past few months, if not a year. But otherwise, to answer your question, how do we see, the second term for Trump? I think it is going to be something. As you said, right, like it's not what we saw in 2016. I mean, this is definitely going to be a bit more challenging and maybe a little bit more kind of eye-opening, right? Like for the people who are supporting Trump, yeah. So definitely not promising. I mean, I'm sure not promising any roses there for sure. So that's what I'd say. It is going to be challenging for sure for almost everyone here.
Yeah. Okay. Let's also go across to Dev Karlekar, who's joining us on the broadcast, along with Deepika Nair, getting in all our Indian American panelists, live. We are getting some breaking news updates now. Trump has just extended his lead, now leading in 204 seats, Kamala Harris in 112 seats. So it's 210. Okay, he's just extended his lead further. It's 210 leads for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris leading is in just 112. I repeat that, it's 210 versus 112. And 52.5% of the votes counted so far for Donald Trump, 46.3% for Kamala Harris. So he's extended his overall lead on the vote share by about 0.2%. So he's leading by over 6.2%. Dave, the markets, betting heavily on Donald Trump. And it looks like, and I'm looking at the presidential race, he's leading by almost 100 seats. Senate leading 48, Democrats 37. In the House, 139 for the Republicans, 92 for the Democrats. Governor race, 26 so far for Republicans, just 22 for Democrats. So it's a rather gloomy blue morning in America. Dave.
Well, you just stole my thunder. So whether it's a presidential election, or whether it's for Senate or House, or the governor's race, I mean, you will see Republican all of the cases. I am a registered Republican, part of the Republican Party's Asian caucus. You will see a lot of Asians who otherwise overwhelmingly support Democrats. In the last 2-3 years, there is a huge migration of this originally so-called Democrats leaning Asians moving into the Republican Party. The Republican parties are very similar to, say, the Indian leading party. They believe in legal immigration. They believe, like India has Make in India, they have MAGA, Make America Great Again. They believe in patriotism. They believe in basically providing entrepreneurship. We are a 28 trillion economy, but if you see the last 4 years, our debt, we are more than 36 trillion debt. Every 100 days, we are adding 1 trillion debt. Our fiscal deficits is alarming. I am being an entrepreneur, being in the equity market for the last 30 years, owning IT businesses, hotels and restaurants. I can see the pinch in terms of when Kamala Harris is looking every nook and a corner towards raising our taxes. It's all about giving the freebies to the people, meaning you're incentivized for not working and you're punishing for being an entrepreneur and for being a working class, meaning taxes, increased taxes for those who work, and those who don't work, there is a free checks given to you. So people have seen that. We are at that in terms of the inflation in the near future. In the last few decades, you have seen with the all-time high in terms of the inflation. You talk about crime rates, you talk about the energy prices, food prices, gas prices, groceries. I mean, a normal family is feeling the pinch, especially the ladies who manage the household budgets, and they have seen the pinch. So overwhelmingly, majority of the ladies, as a part of party line we talked to, they have decided to basically vote them to Mr. Trump because they have seen Mr. Trump in the last, in his presidential era, where he avoided the war, he invested in the USA, Make America Great Again. He brought a lot of manufacturing jobs here. And, as an Indian American, there is a body language between President Trump and the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and that solidarity as a person with a dual heritage, meaning an Indian-born, a U.S. citizen, it means a lot towards the prosperity of the America, which is a 28 trillion economy, and Bharat, which is a 4 trillion economy, working together for the next 4 years. And it's a great time. You have seen a landslide victory. It is about, because what Kamala Harris did in the last 4 years is nothing, zilch. And that's what people are questioning. Whatever her election pointers are, people are asking you, we are giving you 4 years, what you have not acted on it, and how can we trust you that you will do it now? You will see otherwise the Democratic Party leaders like Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Pramila Jayapal, Ro Khanna, their narrative is anti-India, whether it's supporting Khalistani movement, whether it is going for anti-Kashmir movement, whether it is having a problem with abrogation of Article 370, 38, or whether it is from time and again rubbing it for the religious freedom, human rights violations, going against CA Act. There are so many things Democrats have done. So overwhelmingly, Indian Americans realize that the Republican Party is in line to what India's prosperity is, whereas the Democratic Party is appeasement policies and pro-Pakistan policies. And hence, you will see overwhelmingly not only the Americans, but within the Americans, the Indian Americans, which is though is a 1.5% of the population, but you will see as an ethnicity group, we contribute, though we are 1.5%, we contribute 7% to the GDP. We are highly educated ethnic group. We are highest paying taxes. Our GDP, our household income is the highest within the ethnicity group. So we take pride in contributing to this great nation, and we continue to do so. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right. I want to come to you, Deepika Nair, on the much talked about gender divide in this election, and also making a comparison between Harris and Biden. So while we had seen the numbers suddenly picking up and the trends suddenly picking up after Biden's name was dropped and Harris stepped into the race, now I also see trends that indicate that with regards to even the women voters, where 57% supported Biden, the number is comparatively less when it comes to Kamala Harris. All in all, while one had seen a ray of hope in Kamala Harris after Biden stepping down and would be able to compete against Trump strongly, do you still see that?
Now the poll is totally different and it looks like Trump is winning, and I think whatever prediction was before, I don't think it's really that's what we see now. Looks like Trump is winning with the big margin, and if I think Republicans are taking all the swing states. That's what I see now. And whatever poll was earlier with the women voting and Harris favoring, I don't think it's really working here, and it looks like Trump will be in the power.
Yeah.
I think most women did support Kamala Harris, but it doesn't look like here to me, and I think the picture is totally different now. So I don't know what to say, because it's totally strange. I knew it was going to happen, but looks like whatever prediction was totally different now.
Yeah.
So I think women were more favoring Kamala Harris, thinking because of their rights, but the pictures are different. That's what I want to say.
As well, Saurabh, I see a lot of them wearing MAGA hats on the show this morning. Ankush Bandari is smiling. He's wearing a MAGA hat. Right? Jyotsna has got a very wide smile. She's wearing a MAGA hat. Dev Karlekar is wearing a MAGA hat. I'm not going to stick my neck out and talk about the rest, but I know Saurabh Shukla is a big backer of...
MAGA hat.
Sorry?
I'm
I'm a journalist myself. I can't be near a bigger MAGA head, but I have to be reasonable.
No, but I'll tell you something we find very, very hypocritical, right? These Americans like to give us lectures on democracy, about being fair, about being balanced, and I love how American media openly takes sides, right? And when the Indian media, right, says something, we say something good about a policy or someone's leadership, they say, oh, you're a right-winger, oh, they're so biased, right? And that is why Wikipedia is in trouble. Wikipedia will continue to be in trouble. But that's not the point. Point is, I'm coming to you, Saurabh. Many Indian Americans wearing MAGA hats, right? And there is a question. Who from the Indian American community, right? Which Indian American will make their way to be a part of the Trump administration? I know it's a little too early, but questions will be asked. I know that Vivek Ramaswamy, was tipped to be the running mate. Didn't happen, but he's very, very close. Has played a key role in Republicans being so popular in this election. Tulsi Gabbard, right? She's officially a Republican now. Who are the Indian Americans you see playing a key role if Trump were to win this election?
Well, I'm glad you qualified it. And, as responsible news networks, we need to do that ahead of time because it's very, very important. Even though it looks very clear, as my fellow panelists were saying, and my research team is telling me I'm getting leads that Donald Trump has a sizable lead. Even in Pennsylvania now, which is a key swing state, we are also gathering that a lot of women voters who were expected, the Democratic Party were hoping that they will vote for Kamala Harris. That hasn't happened. In fact, in Michigan, a lot of data is telling me that even Muslim voters there in Michigan seems to have been backing Donald Trump, which is a big thing. Okay, coming to the Indian Americans, you said it rightly. Yes, start with J.D. Vance. Usha Vance is of Indian American origin, so there is an India connection right there in the vice presidency. If he finally wins, Donald Trump, his vice president, his wife is of Indian origin. Then definitely Vivek Ramaswamy, I will put a strong yes on him getting to a Trump administration in a responsible position. He has backed Donald Trump to the hilt. He lost out only because of the fact that Donald Trump's calculation wanted J.D. Vance for a certain reason, Midwestern, and obviously he wanted a lot of his backers, including the venture funds who were backing him. They wanted J.D. Vance to be there. So Vivek lost out, but he'll definitely be a part of Trump administration in some way. Tulsi Gabbard, again, Donald Trump has put her on a high pedestal, realizes that she was a good draw at the right time. And certainly has, swayed a lot of Hindu votes. There's no denying the fact. So these will definitely be there. But I can say one thing, and Donald Trump, if he becomes the president, certainly the India partnership will grow. And he has a great partnership with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. You know that I interviewed Donald Trump and obviously interacted later as well several times when he visited India. I asked him a specific question on Islamic fundamentalism, which he answered, and he has been very tough on terrorism. So that obviously will be a major rallying point in this Trump administration. And I must allay the fear for a lot of people who are Trump skeptics. Let me say that a different Trump may have been there on the campaign trail, but the fact that he has won some of the women voters is because of his moderate stance even on abortion issue. He has said it very clearly that he will not go for a national ban on abortion, which was being talked about. He's also distanced himself from a certain project 2025, which was being touted by some as a very extreme agenda. I would say Donald Trump will obviously is an unpredictable man, maybe unpredictable president. He will not be like Joe Biden. But I would say on the India partnership largely, we will be able, if he does become the US president, we will be able to convey a lot of core concern that India has. Whether it is with China, he is very clear that China poses a threat as much to any democracy like India, US, and he is very firm on that. On Islamic terrorism, he is again very firm on that, because he has been, and India has a concern on, what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir last few days since the new government has been formed in, has been troubling. So certainly one of India's core concern will be there as well. Yes, there will be issues of disagreement, and I would agree on tariffs. We have some smart people to negotiate that. There will be some give and take, and I don't see any cause of concern there. And if Donald Trump does become the president of the United States, I would see the India relationship growing, and I would say skilled immigrants in the United States should have a ray of hope. He spoke about giving green card to all the college graduates who pass out of US university. That may not be true, because that requires the congressional approval, and that will be a tall order. But I do feel that skilled immigration may be a thing that he may be able to address, because Democrats were not able to address it, and that's the reason why they have lost support of the Indian American community in this election.
Okay, I'm going across to Shravan. Stay with me. I'm going across to Shravan, my colleague, who's here. Now we have the live numbers come in. Kamala Harris leading in 113. Donald Trump has a 100-seat lead as of this minute, 210 leads for him. Shravan.
Well, in fact, let's take you through what's the big picture that emerges right now as far as the 7 swing states are concerned, because that's where the entire story basically lies right now. Let's take you through that picture that is emerging. First, let's take you through the overall numbers. As far as Donald Trump is concerned, 267, 156. Let's take with the East Coast now. Particularly, these are your swing states where it's still not very clear. Of course, in Pennsylvania, we're being told that he's favored. Trump is favored to win there. North Carolina also, once again, the projections that are essentially coming in right now indicating that Trump is ahead. Similarly for Georgia too. Nevada, just a short while back, the polling was over, so it's unlikely that the numbers are going to come out anytime soon. Now, with regards to Wisconsin, that there too you have Trump really surging ahead. So at least 6 of the 7 battleground states where you have Trump essentially ahead. Pennsylvania, again, it's neck to neck. What really happens in the next few hours are going to be crucial, because remember, we're talking about the mail-in ballots right now. Of course, what you see as far as the other places, Texas, one of the largest. Here too, remember, over about 15 electoral votes going towards Trump, so he's picked up larger numbers, but these are traditionally what the Republicans have had in the past too. So they are holding on to those very states right now. The Democrats, in terms of their own states, they are also holding on, but clearly how things are going to really battle out in the next few hours, particularly in those 7 battleground states, is what it's going to look like. Nevada, in a short while from now, perhaps the voting essentially to begin. I beg your pardon, the counting is expected. So the number certainly going to change there. So overall picture right now, 267 for Donald Trump, 156 for Kamala Harris. That's where it pans out right now, Suesha, as well as Niranjan. But clearly, if you really look at how the campaigning has essentially taken place, and the Republicans have put across their message with regards to key issues, particularly to do with immigration. A short while back, we've heard how the voters have spoken about the fact that there is clarity as to what exactly President Trump would like to bring in, if at all he comes back to power, and the fact that there are a lot of firsts that you're really looking at right now. If at all it is Kamala Harris, you're looking at a first woman president in the United States of America. That's another big win if you really look at it from the women perspective, and the fact that black voters too, at least in places like Georgia, if at all she moves ahead, it is a clear indication of the fact that the black voters are also moving towards the Democrat. But clearly, it's going to pan out in the next few hours.
Okay, very interesting, very interesting breaking news updates that I'm getting in from the Associated Press. So let me just bring that in before I go across to Jyotsna. AP Votecast. So this is their live, Insta analysis of the trends that are pouring in. Black and Hispanic voters appear less likely to support Kamala Harris than they did Biden. So why did she pretend to be more black? Didn't even talk about much about her Indian background.
She hasn't spoken much about the South Asian descent of hers as much as
she underplayed it, almost hid it.
So if you really look at it, even, there was a strategy perhaps that they were trying to put out, at least in places like Georgia. They were hoping that perhaps pushing the black woman card would have really worked in her favor, but that doesn't seem to be the case, because if you look at the numbers that are coming in right now, even Georgia, it is Trump seems to be favored there.
Yeah, okay. I see Dave raising his hand there. Okay, Dave, quick point, and then going across to Jyotsna. Yes.
So just to answer that, there are 14% black votes in the USA. There are only 1.5% Indian Americans. How many of them vote? The percentage very negligible. The second, so that's the reason she touts to be her being a black woman than often having 50% Asian heritage, Indian American heritage. The second thing you talked about, what are the prominent faces, the Indian Americans? You only mentioned about Vivek Ramaswamy, great candidate, as well as Tulsi Gabbard, former Democrat, now Republican. But there are so many others. There is Nikki Haley, former governor of South Carolina. There is Bobby Jindal, former governor of Louisiana. There is Kash Patel. There is Raj Shah. There is Manisha Singh. There is Ajit Pai. There is Naomi Rao, Seema Verma, Vishal Amin, Neil Chatterjee. There are many candidates. You will see a big number of Indian Americans in the Trump administration, to say the least. These are just a preliminary list. Obviously, they will finalize it by next week, and then you will see that publicized. Thank you.
Okay, some more breaking news updates quickly before I go across to Jyotsna and Archana on the broadcast. Foreign figures, Associated Press saying that foreign figures making their way to Mar-a-Lago on election night. So all roads leading to Mar-a-Lago tonight. And there's another breaking news update. Polymarket putting Trump's chances of winning at 94%. Started at a little over 50, went up to 70, and then 90, and now 94% chances of a Trump win in America. Jyotsna, looking at the numbers. Okay, there's another update. All right, California completely blue. Kamala Harris 179. 179 leads for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump 214. I think that was expected, Jyotsna. California going completely blue. 179 to 14.
California, any which way. The West Coast, of course, we'll have some more surprising numbers coming in for Democrats. They will make that number. That's expected. Of course, I'm still relying on the, the battleground states. Still relying on that. We have to hold it tight, because this number may, the gap may reduce for a while, but then again the gap will develop. I mean, that's what I'm inching towards right now. Donald Trump has to win. This is what the expectation is. But yes. 54, I think, electoral votes from California alone. So that adds up, just the difference is covered here. But yeah, let's see how the results pour in. And again, Georgia, and the other swing states, as we see the inclination, we have North Carolina. We will have the numbers coming in. And even Pennsylvania, he's making an edge right now. He's going up. So let's see. And California is I don't know what kind of state it is. How much should I speak about? Freebies there, no law and order. Shoplifters have a free pass to, steal things under $1,000 and they will not get jailed. There are a lot of freebies in California. It is the new slum, some of the areas of the California's new slum clusters you might be aware of. That's thanks to, Democrats. Thanks to the Biden administration, Kamala Harris being there as well. What should I say?
Right. So California looking all blue, Oregon leaning towards blue, Nevada still to happen. And Archana, I want to come back to you because you were also raising your hand at that point. Just to mention that Trump had said all along that he has the black vote, he has the Hispanics on his side, and he had maintained that. Even that Trump card that he played right in the end where he cited the Hindu minorities in Bangladesh, and that was to pull the support of the Hindu Americans. My point to you again is that while he's enjoying all this support, but he continues to be that man with the faux pas, making those controversial statements, was again that man who managed to miff off the Latinos and even rub against the wrong side of the American media once again. So in that sense, yes, all the support coming to him, but your point on the black vote and the Hispanics going to his side.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And it's a great point. So I was going to say that, Dave and Ankush and a few other people here have beautifully kind of highlighted how good Trump is going to be for Indian American and the Indian economy, right, as a kind of national partner. What I want to call out is two things. So there are, yes, Trump may be good from for India and the Indian Americans from global lens. If we look at it, there are a couple of things that I want to highlight. So climate emergencies, right? That's certainly one thing that Trump has not acknowledged in the past, and that will continue to be an issue in the future as well, right? Like there is so much of, we need to really take quick and fast action on climate control. So that's number one, right? And with this administration, with the Trump administration, that is one area that will be neglected. That's my take on it. And then the other thing, just from kind of bringing it back into the US, just from domestic point of view, there are two Supreme Court justices that are going to be retiring in the next couple of years. So the president of the country gets to select the Supreme Court justice. So these two things, in my opinion, would kind of shape the global events for years, right? If not for decades. So that would be, just wanted to add that, yes, Trump is great for the economy, and Trump may be a great kind of a leader for the country with respect to immigration and just skilled labor and all of that. There are certainly downsides or areas that we need to kind of focus on and bring back the focus on under the Trump administration.
Yeah. Okay. We'll take a short break. I saw Dave and Ankush also raising their hands. I request you, gentlemen, to just stay with us. Can I quickly take a short break and come back? Our live coverage continues. There are a few breaking news updates. Donald Trump has won Idaho, and Kamala Harris has won California. Trump losing Colorado after raining against Aurora. Now, these are some of the breaking news updates that we have from the Associated Press, which is, as of this minute, giving about 214 leads to Donald Trump, 179 to Kamala Harris. Republicans leading the presidential race. The Senate House race also being led by Republicans. The governor race also being led by Republicans this morning. Taking a break, coming back with a live update. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Welcome back. You're watching live coverage here on Republic TV as we get you the live updates from America. Donald Trump leading with 214 leads. Kamala Harris in 179. Donald Trump has crossed the 50 million vote mark. In fact, he's at 52 million votes with 52% of the overall votes counted so far, with Kamala Harris getting about 46.3%. That amounts to about 46% of the votes that have been counted so far. We have Shajan Alexander, who's a GOP campaign team member, joining us live from Georgia. Shajan, good morning from here in India. Good evening there. Not looking so bright for the Democrats this morning.
Well, I just came back from the Georgia Trump campaign headquarters. The watch party is still going on, but I just had to join a couple more channels. So it's very crowdy and noisy over there. So I just decided to come back. Things are looking good at this point. President Trump, different channels like AP has a different, Associated Press has a different number than Fox News and CNN. So it's different numbers because there are states that are too close to call. Like Georgia, my own state, Georgia, is too close to call, but it's a solid state. I just spoke to the chairman of the Georgia State GOP. I spoke to the executive director of the election board. So things are looking good in Georgia. North Carolina is also looking good. Pennsylvania. So basically Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Those are the swing states that has been on the talk and on the news. So all these states are leaning towards red, which means the electoral votes is going to cross more than 320. So as of now, we only need less than 60 electoral votes more. Like Trump is on 214. So I would say another 56 more electoral votes will send him to the White House in January of 2025. So that's where we are at right now. Yes. But, it's always concerning. Like last time, I just did the same thing. I just went to sleep around 1 o'clock after talking to a channel in India. And then next day morning, I came back. Things were completely flipped. But this time, the GOP, the RNC, the Republican National Committee, President Trump's team, every single state teams were very vigilant on the things that the other side say conspiracy. But for us, it was not a conspiracy. We just figured there were some stuff. So especially in Georgia, the Supreme Court has ruled yesterday that after 7 o'clock, no ballots will be accepted. That was a big win for us. So definitely, we were very vigilant. People were hardworking. So we are going to see a good result in next few hours.
And we want to ensure that you are not going off to sleep tonight.
I'll come to you, but Mr. Alexander, we do get that sense that either of the candidates may not really accept the mandate. Why is it, perhaps the reason why we see a battery of lawyers from both sides already prepared in some of the counties, they are still looking at things could really change. What's the reason behind this kind of insecurity at this point in time in American elections?
It is not that neither of the party is or neither of the candidates is not going to accept the mandate of the people. Or let's put it like this. Basically, we use the word concede. If we go back to the history, it all started in 2016 when President Trump had his first race against then Hillary Clinton. She was not willing to concede. Everything started in 2016. So in 2020, like I said, President Trump, we almost knew, like if you look at the map right now, the interactive map right now, this is what exactly it looked like in 2020 also. So again, if I go and say all those things, there will be some people say that, it's just crazy people saying crazy stuff. It's all conspiracy. So that's why I don't want to go into the details. See, earlier in this morning, like your time yesterday evening, I was talking to some of the regional news channels in India. I said the same thing. Listen, I don't want to go into the conspiracy. I just don't want to go back and say about all those election fraud and stuff like that. I don't want to do that. But I want to make sure that every single vote that is voted for President Trump should be counted for President Trump. And that is not voted for President Trump, let it go. So the lawyers and the whole team, even I was part of the county. I was part of the county team. In fact, I was part of the larger state team, but I was focusing on my county, which has 1 million people, one of the largest counties, which is a deciding factor for Georgia, for President Trump to win. We were very careful. Every single poll stations, we had poll watchers. There were poll watchers who were not allowed by the other party. We made sure that we have poll watchers in those polling stations. So it's not about not accepting the mandate. It's about we want to make sure everything go on the right way. Unlike last year, we don't want more dramas. So we were careful. We were taking precautions to avoid those dramas.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we have Abhishek Kapoor also joining us on the live broadcast. Abhishek, are you wearing a MAGA hat?
No, not really. Why should I? I mean,
Just
it's for the
checking.
Americans to decide, Niranjan. For God's sake, this is not the election for the President of India or Prime Minister of India. We're just here because America happens to be still the most powerful nation in the world. So we are interested.
I just was referring to the fact that you can afford to do it. No one is going to ask you this. This election is all about wearing some hat or
right
the other.
after the presidential election victory. I'm going to send one right after that.
I just saw.
I have some curiosities, but Niranjan, let's get into it.
Okay,
you see, why is Melania Trump wearing those sunglasses while she's going inside those voting centers with Trump? Why is she doing that? Also, why is Jill Biden wearing a red suit when she's going out to vote? Is she sending a message to Kamala Harris that she's mighty annoyed with Kamala? Please tell us, from the United States, our guest, can you come in and tell us what's really happening in the US?
Is that question was for me?
Shahzan, you can make an attempt. Why is Jill Biden wearing red?
I don't think I'm the right person to say that right now because my brain cells are not working in that direction right now. I'm just looking at this
Ankush,
map.
why is Melania wearing those sunglasses while she's inside a building?
See, you don't have to make the dresses as the one that, okay, why the other party wear that dress code, okay? If you see, President Trump or anybody in the America can wear any color. All the three colors are the part of our flag, the white, the red, and the blue. So please, I will say, if anybody can start this, colorism of the party-wise, that's not the case. And I think you don't know, the red color became the color of Republicans in 2000 when George Bush was running for it. Earlier it was not the color.
Come on, Ankush, you should be happy that Jill Biden is wearing red. Why are you sort of so, equivocating on it? Saurabh Shukla, a lot of people are sort of making fun here in India. Why are the Indian news channels so much on the US elections? I mean, let's understand, US still happens to be, maybe 20 years down the line it might not be, but as of now it still remains the most powerful nation in the world, most consequential democracy in the world. It still has a lot of influence on geopolitics, and who occupies White House decides a lot of geopolitical events. So in the present elections, if Trump wins, we are going to see consequences in the Europe war, we are going to see consequences in the Middle East, and similarly, if Kamala wins, we are going to have an impact of that. So obviously, that's the reason why we are discussing in this detail who occupies White House next. Saurabh.
I think we can't hear him. He's on mute.
Can you unmute yourself, Saurabh? You need to unmute yourself. Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Any American president has a major role to play in global geopolitics. You're right. If Donald Trump becomes the president, then you will certainly see increased push on America trying to settle the Ukraine war. He's already said that he's going to talk to Putin and Zelensky. He's going to put pressure on them. That's one. He may also think that the US may pull out of NATO because he has been indicating that Donald Trump will be tough on China. That will be one of the things he will continue to drive. On the other hand, as I've said, that the India partnership will continue to grow. On the other hand, if Kamala Harris, even though the way things are headed now, it seems very difficult for her to bounce back from these numbers coming up. If she does become the president, though, then there will be a continuity largely of the Biden administration's foreign policy. She was a vice president, had a role to play there as well. So I would say Donald Trump would certainly be a president who would be focused more on America first. Also, as I mentioned earlier, there will be a focus on, he will distinguish between, illegal immigrants and skilled immigrants. There, obviously, it remains to be seen how will it impact skilled immigrants from India. As I was saying that, certainly he says, because his wife, in fact, you mentioned about Melania Trump, and I will tell you why she's wearing these shades. She's a lady who obviously has a style. This is part of her style. So she has been wearing these shades even earlier as well. So
but why Abhishek, why got stuck? Why? Okay, but why are you so excited about her shades?
I'm excited about the elections, not the shades, Niranjan.
No, I was excited. One minute, I was excited about the New York Times, even the New York NYT. Jyotsna, I'm coming to you. Jyotsna, my question to you, and Ankush and Alexander also want to come in, but okay, Ankush, I'm coming to you next. Jyotsna, I'm very surprised with all these media outlets that have spent the last 4 years attacking Donald Trump. Many of them wanted him finished, right, in America. Fantastic, that's democracy, right? And these are the guys who give lectures to Indian media. The American media gives lectures to Indian media, and they've spent the last 4 years rubbishing Trump, abusing Trump, almost finishing his chances. They wrote him off, right? And I just saw even the New York Times prediction just now. New York Times prediction saying Donald Trump demonized him, and now I just saw an update that even the New York Times prediction shows that he's winning.
While we were talking about Melania's sunglass, North Carolina has been called by Associated Press that is a 16 electoral votes.
Yes.
That is the news right now.
Yes.
Trump has 230 electoral votes.
230.
230.
Yes, 230.
That's close, inching closer to 270 mark, and which means when should we call the election, Niranjan? Shall we call it before CNN and Fox?
Abhishek, don't do that.
We can't do that, Niranjan.
We can't do that.
These are global times. You see, we are so close. We are in a global world. We can't do that from here. Why not, Niranjan? Let's call the election. Can we call the election? Let's do a poll on the panel. Can we call the election now? Jyotsna, can we call the election?
Jyotsna, okay, let them call the election.
With our experience from 2020, we want to calmly accept the win of President Trump. We want to witness it gradually. We are in no hurry. We are ready to be awake. Gentlemen, sir, you keep awake. If you sleep, there is a risk. Now you told us about that, right? Last time you slept. So
yeah. I think your message is to Alexander. Alexander, I don't think the deep state votes have been counted yet. The deep state votes haven't been counted yet. Hold on for that number, Alexander. Is there a hope for Kamala after this? 51.7. I mean, she's closed in on the total votes counted. She's at 47% right now. 51.7 for Donald Trump. Does she still have a chance, in your view, Alexander?
No. I strongly believe she has no chance. And when I left the campaign headquarters in Buckhead, my friends were asking, what do you expect before you leave? I said, President Trump is going to win at least 330 electoral votes, a minimum of 325 to 330 electoral votes. That is what I want to see. And 270 is more than enough for us but I expect more than that. And I see that right now. One more thing, if you wanted to ask Mr. Abhishek Kabur, we were talking about the media, the mainstream medias, the liberal medias, the fake medias of the United States, how they were attacking President Trump for last 4 years.
Yes.
I'm glad that point came up. I sent Mr. Abhishek Kabur a picture from the watch party. He may have it in his phone. He probably won't show you guys. I sent him a picture and I said,
what picture are you talking about?
From the counting
I
center.
sent him a picture saying this is the liberal fake media that is lined up in the.
What he's talking about is, Niranjan, that if you're watching Fox, Trump has already won and has already occupied White House.
Yes.
So if you're watching CNN, then Kamala Harris is just a walk away from the White House.
I'm curious. What is CNN projecting right now? Okay, while we discuss that, while I find out what
let's
CNN
go to Ankush. Ankush, while we are on it, while we are discussing the Jill Biden dress and the millennia sunglasses, why is your sipper having US flag on it? You are having a sipper with you and you have a US flag on it, right?
Yeah, we see right now I am in the Win party. I am with the Congressman Tom Keane, who has just won. If you want, I can go inside the.
Please speak to him if you can for us.
And show
Please
you.
speak
right
to him if you can for us.
Sorry?
If you can speak to the congressman, it would be fantastic, Ankush, if you can do that.
Yeah, I can go inside and see if he's not busy, because on the other channel, I let other TV9 Bharatvarsh, you can see the cops here. You want to talk to the cops? Because we were there for the Win party. Hey, is Tom Keane inside still? Or he left?
I didn't see him. Sorry, no.
Oh, he left?
I don't know.
Okay, wait, I will see if he's there. I can ask him to talk to you guys.
Okay, let's do that. Till that time,
I can show you the Win party. Now, everybody has left. It's already 10, 11, 15. You can see here.
You can go full frame. Let's go full frame. Let's go full frame to Ankush, just to get a sense of the counting center there. Okay.
All right, Dhiren, this is important. This is important. So, New York Times, which was giving only 70% chances for Trump to win just about an hour and a half back, is now saying it's 91% chance of Trump winning.
Okay, that's Ankush. That's a live shot.
Okay, this is a live shot. Ankush, can you flip the camera and show us what's happening there? Ankush, can you flip the camera?
Yeah, you're on vertical. Can you just make your camera horizontal?
Can you flip the camera and show us around the hole what's happening there?
Okay, I think we've lost the signal. Okay, we've lost the signal.
Let's go to the other guest then. Let's go to the other guest.
We can stay with the visuals.
Basically, stay with the pictures. Stay with the pictures. Okay.
Let me just send you a video that I took live from the watch party. Let me send it to you right now. Okay. Just give me a minute.
Okay. Send it.
Send the pictures. Okay, he wants to get in. Our friend from New York wants to get in.
Yes, Dave, go on.
Dave.
Well, Abhishek, I like your enthusiasm. I got to check what you had for the coffee this morning.
Abhishek.
There is a fellow panelist. She talked about the global issues, and she added the global environmental pollution and the Supreme Court Chief Justice appointment. Supreme Court Chief Justice appointment is an issue within the Americas. There is nothing global reoccurrence to it. In terms of the environmental pollution, US and China, we are the two biggest global pollutants. Mr. Trump have said it over and over again. In a long run, we have to work towards reducing the US side of pollution. There is no magic wand, abracadabra, jantar mantar, that it will happen tomorrow. All these global leaders will take their charter plane and we'll talk about global pollution. So that's a humbug about it. Now, coming back to the elections, it's not over until it's over.
Yes.
US elections is very complicated. It's not like India, you press the EVM button and you get the result. There are much more complexities to it. There is early polling, then there is basically during the election day, you vote through the system. There is a last minute ballot which you can mail out. And then there is a physical count to it, right? Because there is not only system through you're getting all the votes. So you will see very often the presidential election getting dragged for weeks and for months, just because of the simple reason till the last count of the vote. It's
Dave, I'm going to ask you to hold on to your thought there.
Closely contested.
Dave, I'm requesting you to just hold on to your thought. I need to take a short commercial break here on Republic. We're taking a break, right? We'll come back. I request all our panelists stay with us. We'll be back in exactly 2 minutes. Take this forward. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
But we don't have to settle for weakness and incompetence and decline and decay. That's a nice word, decay. That's what's happening. That's a nice word, decay. Can you imagine? And nobody will question it because it's true. With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America and lead the world to new heights of glory. But indeed, think of that statement, how beautiful that is. New heights of glory, that's what's going to happen. When we win the election and we're really, well, look, the ball's in our hand. All we have to do is get out the vote tomorrow. You get out the vote, they can't do anything about it, we win.
Okay, welcome back. You're watching live coverage of the US elections. The results pouring in. Abhishek Kapoor, my colleague, along with Shravan Sen, live in the studios of Republic TV, getting you the results of the American elections. Shravan, take it away. Give us a sense of who's leading and how many seats so far. What's the magic number in America?
Well, in fact, let's just quickly take you through the numbers that is coming in right now. It is turning out to be a fascinating election right now. We were saying it's going to be close, but it looks like, at least from the numbers that are emerging right now, that Trump is way ahead. Now, these are the traditional seats that you see the voting, where the counting has already taken place. And of course, you have the Republicans holding on to it. As far as the swing states are also concerned, there is also that's moving towards the Republicans, particularly in Georgia, North Carolina, as well as Pennsylvania, where they are moving ahead. You have about 50% of the voting that has, the counting that has already taken place, and the number which stands right now is 267 for Donald Trump and 210 for Kamala Harris. So it's quite clear, at least from the numbers, initial trends that are emerging right now. These are the states where they have been able to pick up. These are largely the stronghold of the Democrats, where they're holding on to it. Typically, these are also the red bastion, if one may say. And with regards to the swing states, at least of the 7, 6, Abhishek, not all 7, 6 where the Republicans are ahead. 1 in Nevada a short while back, the voting was over, so that number expected to come in a little later.
But Shravan, you see, the beauty of swing states is that they keep swinging, and that's why, while a while back it was 3 to Trump, 3 to Biden, 1 was still undecided. Beg your pardon, 3 to Trump, 3 to Kamala, and 1 undecided. Then you had 7 going Trump's way, and maybe now it's again 6 to Trump, 1 to Kamala. I keep saying Biden. So you see, now if you look at it more seriously speaking, Niranjan,
yes.
Had you begun with me instead of Shravan, I would have said, let's call the election. But I'm not doing that.
Shravan,
now that you started with Shravan.
The deep state votes haven't been counted yet.
Yeah, that's why. That's why. I'm coming to deep state.
You're missing out the point what Alexander said. Last time he slept, morning he woke up, it was a different election. That's why we should...
Coming to deep state. So I'm telling you what happens when Alexander sleeps. You see, in Detroit, for example, the results are expected after midnight. That's when Alexander would be sleeping. Milwaukee, don't expect the results before
Abhishek.
3 a.m. That's US time. Alexander would be sleeping. So obviously when he gets up, it would be a different result.
Abhishek, you're talking about swing states, and for most Indians watching this, it must just be flying over their heads, Like, what is he talking about? But
flying over the heads of Americans?
No, but listen to me. But the point is, I'm getting in some breaking news right now, and this is being reported by both Fox and CNN. Fox reporting.
That must be believable because both Fox and CNN are reporting.
Yeah, Fox and CNN are reporting that the Kamala Harris campaign has stopped giving comments to the media. Okay, and Associated Press has put it very subtly. But let me tell you, CNN also reporting that Kamala headquarters is complete silence, looking for bright spot, not finding any as of this minute.
Jyotsna, what's happening?
Yeah, but the edited version of that, the subtle version of that on Associated Press, APTN reporting that Kamala Harris campaign chair stresses patience to nervous Democrats, staff watching vote totals.
So Democrats have been nervous. Look at the Barack Obama post about a couple of hours back when he's saying, caution, let's not run through it, let's wait. So obviously there are jitters, Jyotsna, and that's getting reflected in what Niranjan just said, that Kamala Harris campaign has stopped giving comments.
Absolutely.
Why?
Absolutely, they have to wait patiently. They are waiting for some genie to come do some magic, and of course, equally at the same time, even for Republicans, I would say, hold your horses, stay calm. Let's wait for these battleground states. You never know what happens. So I'm patiently waiting unless the complete last vote is counted. I don't want to believe anything right now. From 2020, we had some very good lessons, bitter lessons. This time, we are very calm. We will calmly wait for the last vote to be counted and the elections be declared, the results be declared.
If I can just bring in Saurabh right now. Saurabh, just, for everyone to understand, when we say how things could actually change in the swing states, particularly in Pennsylvania, keeping in mind that you've had an assassination attempt there, perhaps there would be a sympathy vote. As far as the suburban areas in Atlanta are concerned, there too some changes could take place. What really has changed in the last few years, particularly for each of the candidates in these swing states? Because as I understand, as I was looking at least at Pittsburgh and a few other places, Philadelphia too, things are certainly changing. So it's not a monolithic, observation as far as these swing states are concerned. So help us understand what's really changing there.
I'm glad you asked this question, and I would tend to agree with Jyotsna that, as a responsible news network, and, we have to make sure that we don't call the elections till the time all these states are out.
Are you suggesting I'm being irresponsible, Saurabh?
Abhishek,
things can be really, really very different. Swing states, in fact, I'll tell you, there are clusters within these swing states, even Philadelphia, for instance. So Philadelphia as a city will turn out a different number than some of these suburbs. So every small suburb and counties within US, you will see a different results emerging. That's the reason the sum total is very important. So that's the reason why you will see that it's constantly changing. Michigan, for instance, earlier, Donald Trump was leading. Now Kamala Harris is leading, according to my research desk. Pennsylvania, now, Donald Trump is leading. So these leads will, and that's the reason why these states are swing states, because they have a propensity to bounce back to either red or blue every election. And that's the reason why these 7 states are critical to deciding the fate of the US presidency. I would say, yes, definitely there is a surge in terms of Donald Trump's overall vote numbers. There is a surge in terms of trends coming out, even from the legacy media outlets, which actually endorse Kamala Harris. But we have to wait it out. We have to be patient here. And this is what I will tell the Indian audiences who are watching us as well, that this is very different than Indian election. This is, election. Also, one more, just allow me one more. Unlike the Indian election where there are voting machines being used, a lot of these places have paper ballot, which have to be counted. So just we have to hold our horses. But yes, it is going to be a bit of a wait here.
We remember what happened in 2000 between Al Gore and George W. Bush, and then, of course, a bit of a hitch there in 2016 also. But, you were talking about Indian response, Indian reaction. One reaction is coming in from our stock exchange, from our stock markets, Niranjan.
It's gone up.
Markets are 500 plus points up. Yesterday, they were 450 points down. So, obviously, Saurabh, while, of course, I would go by what you're saying, that let caution be the byword, because it can swing and it keeps swinging till for late into the midnight, past midnight in the United States. But there is already a sense that Trump might just manage to pass that 270 mark.
I'll tell you what, I want to give you a big indicator. Donald Trump, knowing him by now, he would have appeared in front of the cameras and declared a victory. But he is being very cautious himself. You haven't seen him coming out. He wants to wait it out. He and his strategists have advised him this caution. So that's the reason you see that whole number. About the Indian Stock Exchange, yes, certainly. A Trump victory there will be a major booster for the Indian Stock Exchange also, because they think with Trump supporters like Elon Musk, who obviously is eyeing the Indian market in a major way. And he obviously is a big votary of the trade relationship with India, certainly there will be, a bump in the stock market, but stock markets, goes up, goes down, the nature of the stock market. Certainly, we'll have to see how the US stock market reacts to these trends tomorrow when the stock exchange is open. But it is, as we were saying, it's a pivotal election. It's going to be a landmark election, whichever way it goes. For now, certainly Donald Trump and the Republican parties have reasons to rejoice, but they cannot be celebrating as we talk at this moment. Here it's about 11:40 in the night at Eastern, ET.
Just a sec. Yes. Since Saurabh mentioned that even Donald Trump is not coming out and speaking, he would have taken his center stage before camera. You see, I'm going through a New York Times report, Saurabh, which says Elon Musk plans to spend election night with Donald Trump, giving the former president direct access to the person controlling X, a key information platform on what could be a chaotic evening. So obviously there is already a media war panning out and jockeying for information as per happening.
Yeah, this is big. I'll tell you why, Abhishek, because I've heard Democrats and leaders in the Democratic Party in the last few weeks suggest that X, formerly Twitter, should be shut down.
Yes.
I mean, look at that. I mean, these are the guys who preach to the world about freedom of speech, right? They wanted to shut down Twitter.
And what's the suggestion? Just because Elon Musk is spending election night with Donald Trump, is that going to, in any manner, influence the mandate?
Yeah.
For God's sake, is that the suggestion? Jyotsna?
These suggestions are not good. Nothing's going to happen like that.
Yes.
Americans work sensibly. Yes. They think sensibly. They act accordingly. And no monopoly holds anywhere.
Yeah. Dheeraj Kaul is also joining us. Dheeraj Kaul is a geopolitical expert joining us live from Pennsylvania. Very interesting trends coming in from there. But I have some breaking news updates. Kamala Harris has won New Mexico, taking her lead up to 192.
Well, naturally, so border state.
Yeah, 192, Donald Trump 230. But even the Associated Press saying that Trump's win in North Carolina has now narrowed Harris's path in the 2024 elections. How are you reading the trends coming in from where you're sitting, Dheeraj, in Pennsylvania?
Hi, how are you? Thank you for having me on the show. I just wanted to add certain things. I'm a biotech analytics. Also, I do that in the Wall Street. I'm connected to BlackRock in that area. So I can put some insight on the stock market. So it's already behaving what we are expecting, Trump victory. If you can see, the gold is dropping and the stock future, S&P future is up and Russell 2000 is 2% up as of now. So market is already, counting that in. But having said that, in Pennsylvania, I've been speaking to a lot of people for last few months. There is a ground level current in which you saw even the hardcore voters of Democratic Party, like immigrants, legal immigrants, when I talk about it, Hispanics, Latinos from different places, African Americans, Asians who have come here through the legal route, have a lot of anger against the current government for their immigration policies. So they were already undercurrent voting towards Republican Party. And the other area, like I mentioned earlier in the interview, was inflation. It was very, very big here. Average cost of things is very high. Eggs, milk, daily products are very high. First-time home buyers cannot afford a house. Interest rates is very high. Small companies, startups. I am in a process of starting my own healthcare and AI startup. It's very hard to get money. So on jobs, the quality jobs are gone. Like, jobs in Walmart, McDonald's, if you count them as jobs, yes, your numbers would be good. But the realistic on ground reality is very, very different. So there is a lot of resentment against the current government. And it's thought that Kamala Harris was in the government and why didn't she make the change? And you'll be amazed to know black men, especially in Pennsylvania area where I am right now, including Philadelphia, which is thought to be hardcore, are also having a trend to vote against Harris. So that's an under reality. And, I know the polls are very close right now in Pennsylvania, but I would take it to the bank that Trump is gaining lead here very strongly, and even in Georgia, same effect. So I won't be amazed. Currently, the number is 211, I believe. But it will keep going. As the time passes, you will see the gap will increase more and more. So it's very interesting, very close. But I anticipate a Trump victory coming soon.
Dheeraj, the trends
and the
have just
market is
changed.
also.
The trends have just changed. In fact, I want to give that breaking news update right now. Kamala Harris now with 205 leads, Donald Trump 230, and we have a very special guest also joining us, Ray Locker, who's a journalist, a presidential historian, a regular on Republic TV. Thank you, Ray. Good evening there in America. It's too early, of course, to call it, but the lead that Trump has, was it expected? How are you seeing these trends play out?
Well, I think he's obviously the favorite to win right now. I mean, he's got significant leads in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I know there are some votes out in Democratic leaning areas, but they got to get like a lot of votes real fast for him to lose, and I don't think that's going to happen. I'm shocked. I thought Harris was going to win this election. It looks like I'm wrong. I mean, this is a guy who's a 34-time convicted felon. His own vice president the last time won't vote for him. Most of his cabinet officials won't vote for him. He's promised to pardon the January 6th defendants. I mean, all of that to me is disqualifying. Now, your previous guest talked about inflation. Yes, that's been a concern, but it's the lowest among industrialized nations. And we've bounced back from the pandemic better than any country. But that often doesn't matter. So, if enough people don't believe that that's reality, then they're going to vote for the challenger. And in this case, it's Trump, even though he has been president and has a record. So that's the way it goes in this country.
Mr. Ray Locker, what really has changed, given the fact that you say that Kamala Harris has taken forward Joe Biden's legacy in terms of what she would be offering to the Americans, particularly, one would say, very conservative, but at the same time, a safer option. What you would look at in terms of President Trump bringing in, it could perhaps be an upheaval task for him too, and bringing about a complete change. What is it that is striking a chord when it comes to President Trump with the Americans?
I think some people see the economy pre-pandemic as being very good. Now, he inherited that from Barack Obama, and they were like, hey, things weren't so bad with Trump. Yes, he's mercurial. Some may say crazy, but it was okay. We were managing. And then the pandemic, that was an aberration. We got rid of him. We got in Biden. Things aren't better, or at least they don't seem better to a lot of people. So they're like, okay, well, let's hope that Trump can bring back whatever he did pre-2020 and things will be okay. I don't believe that's going to be the case, but I'm not the average American voter.
Ray, also, it's everyone's saying it's too early, but there is already a pattern, which is that these early votes that are being counted, most of them are coming from, boroughs, counties, which are suburban and not exactly the metropolitan areas of all these states. So be it, all the swing states, say Wisconsin, say Arizona, even Pennsylvania and Michigan. You think that overnight things can change to a level where you could see Kamala Harris actually narrowing that lead when it comes to those crucial electoral college votes?
I've been looking at the totals from all these different areas in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. I just don't think she has enough votes there. She'd have to rack up some huge margins in the votes that are still out, in suburban Philadelphia, greater Milwaukee area, Detroit. It's possible, but I don't think it's likely.
You are in a way suggesting that Trump might have taken an unassailable lead and might be on his way to the White House. Ray, is that?
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it looks right now. I think I'd be delusional to think that she's going to turn around and win these three blue wall states of Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. I mean, she's down by 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. I don't think the votes are there for her in the remaining areas that haven't reported. And the same in the other two states. And it looks like the Republican candidate's going to win in Pennsylvania and knock off Senator Bob Casey, who served 3 terms. It looks like that could happen in Wisconsin, where the Republican could win there, and the same in Michigan. So The trends do not look good for Kamala Harris or Democrats.
Yeah. Just a bit of breaking news update that I have right now. In Pennsylvania county facing manual ballot count due to alleged software glitch. The kind of stuff you'd expect from, I wouldn't expect that from America, but all of this is happening. Ballots will now be hand counted in pairs under observation, a process that could take some time. According to the secretary there, that's a breaking news update that's come in. Shravan, I think you had some more breaking news updates.
Some more projections really emerging right now from the 7 key states. I'll just take you through first from Arizona. Donald Trump stands about 49%, Kamala Harris at 49.4%. So it's neck to neck as far as Arizona is concerned. Once again, projection indicating that Trump could be ahead there. As far as Georgia is concerned, there you have Donald Trump at 51%, Kamala Harris at 48%. So there again, you have Trump ahead. Michigan, now it's again being very close. It's 51% for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris at 46.6%. But once again, projections not really coming in from Michigan at this point in time. Nevada, remember, closed in a little while back, so there is no numbers really coming in from Nevada as yet. As far as North Carolina is concerned, there you have a clear surge for Donald Trump. That's 50.8%, Kamala Harris at 48%. So as far as the swing states concerned, Niranjan, it looks like Trump is well poised.
Yeah, 3.5-4% lead in the total votes that have been counted in America so far. Trump crossing the 60 million vote count. Let's go across to our panelists. 60 million votes and more for Donald Trump, with 51% of the total votes cast in America for him. 56 million votes counted so far going for Kamala Harris. That's roughly about 47.6%. And most of the people, Ray, on this panel, Indian Americans from different parts of America, all wearing the MAGA hats. You're the only one. Let's show all our panelists. Let's go across. Let's show all our panelists, please, on screen. Yeah, look at them. All of them. Ray, all the Indian Americans, including Jagdish Savani, who's joining us, and along with Kunal Desai, all of them wearing MAGA hats. You're the only one who was rooting for Kamala Harris. You're the only one looking glum on the panel. Even our markets are cheering, this trend. Ray, we've crossed the 80,000 mark on the Bombay Stock Exchange. So even the Indian stock markets are looking very exciting this morning, Ray.
Well, if the markets are up, that's good for me. I'm invested in the market too. Everybody has their reasons for who they vote for. My opinion was Donald Trump was the worst president of my lifetime. I don't expect anything better. And I think Indian Americans and any person of color in this country is going to have a difficult time, guilt by association, other things. We saw that right after he became president the last time with the Muslim ban, the travel ban. And there was a great hue and cry. And when you talk about mass deportations, it sounds great in the abstract until it happens to somebody you care about. And when you have people looking at you differently because you don't look like somebody else, that's going to be a problem.